I didn't get this far ahead. I didn't realize Blippi would feel like I'm replacing them. I'm so sorry. But you're going down. Hold on, I am loading my face. Loading up the stickers. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. There's the stickers. He hates me. It's because they called him a stupid little piss baby gay boy, isn't it? Can't take a joke. Is this because they called you stupid and dumb and ugly? Yeah? No. It's because I want to make my own robots with blackjack and hookers. I'm going to be talking about androids today. Up until this point, I have been dealing with races of my Eldritch Nova stuff. And don't forget TOS safety. Oh, yeah. This is a joke. But I am the hookers. Yeah, well, blackjack and hookers, a blippy bit. I am hookers. It's me. Oh, shit. Wait, hold up. I need to put on deodorant. I just got out of the shower and I gotta lock in the nice. Ugh. And before anyone fucking says anything, I'm not stinky. I smell really nice. And now I used strawberry shampoo. Actually, babe, how does this new shampoo smell? This is the first time I've used it. Anyway. He's not even paying attention. What the fuck? Both of you at the same time? Really? I see how it is. I see how it is. Fucking beat you to it. Y'all both said it at the same exact time on my screen. Stinky. Stinky! Also, babe. Wait. I have a question. Does my hair smell nice?
Yeah.
Okay, good. What does it smell like? Because I use new shampoo. Okay, cool. Yay! I fucking beat you to it. Because I've been using a shampoo up until this point that doesn't really have a crazy smell. So this new shampoo that I have, it's got like more flowery, like nice smell to it, and I used it, and I'm hoping it's good. Anyway, we're gonna be working on some Eldritch Nova today. I've been covering the different races. I covered human down to Tauramian, I believe. They're my Timu predators, as I've been calling them, because they have mouths that open up. They have like four, like it's like having fingers attached to their face, because they have like bendable digits and stuff, and they open and they have teeth on them. And that was for early Tauramians when they were still little six-legged creatures running around on the floor. They used that to catch prey because they were climbers and they needed mouths to like grab their prey. Their tongue has also developed into this. It is one organ, but it's a little longer and it's been split down the middle, kind of like a snake's, but it's a longer split than that, and it almost looks like two tongues. And this tongue is meant to literally act like a little mitt, like a little chameleon mitt, and just grab, and then just pull, so they can eat their prey. But that was like millions of years ago when they were still developing. Now they're a full-fledged people, and they still have these parts, although the parts are smaller and more vestigial than that now. They also have 2 thumbs on each hand, and they have 4 hands, 4 arms. It's really cool. I love them. I had a lot of fun designing them. I also gave them like ceratops foreheads, kind of like a triceratops or the Sauroptidae like family. of head crest dinosaurs. It was really fun. They're just dinosaurs. They're just six-armed dinosaurs, or six-limbed dinosaurs. And that's where we left off. I was reading off their culture. I was telling you guys about them. I love hiccuping. It's my big favorite. I'm just dying. But I can go over the others very quickly. Oh yeah, you also watched me draw the nautiloids. They're, slightly evil. They aren't evil on an individual level, but their culture is quite bad. Their culture's awful. But I went over how they work. They are people that have enslaved others. Hi, Himiko. I'm gonna pet you. Get pet. So let's go over here and we can start talking about them, shall we? Nope, you're not allowed to see me. Hi, Amy. Amy! It's been a hot minute since I've seen you. Or maybe it hasn't and I'm just a doofus ass forgetter. Also, I have watermelon in front of me, so I'm gonna be munching. Hey, Miko, good dog. Good dog, pet. Is she a dog? The watermelon almost hit me in the face. Good dog. Bark! Arf, 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 arf. Alrighty, let me grab my tablet and let's get started. I shook myself a little bit. Adorkable. Bark, 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 bark. Okay. So yeah, last week I drew the nautiloids and the tauramians for you guys. After going over my humans and my Syrians, Gobel, you know, all of my other races. If you want to see that... Oh, okay. Go draw kissing dogs. Do it, do it, do it. Go draw the dogs making out. Okay, where's my species? There's my species. That's right, and I was working on the Sasani next. These are gonna be snake people. And these guys are called Sasani, and I will be working on them later. I'm probably not gonna give them a whole lot in terms of clothing. I was drawing furries kissing so hard because longer face. Longer muzzles. It's a little rough. Teehee, rough. Because, you know, dog. Anyway. Bellies, you are not new. That is a dirty lie. That is a dirty lie concocted by conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories, you liar. Nope, you're not new. See what you did there? But yeah, I'll be covering the Sasani and then my 3 buggos later. I don't really think I'm gonna give the Sasani many clothes. I've given oh, that's right, I drew the Saurian as well. I don't think you guys were here for that. Let me open them real quick and I can show you what I did. Here are the Saurians. I gave them like a slightly Mayan slash African-ish look. I gave the dudes really cool like weaved corsets. I wanted the women to have like a really cool drapey that they can put on their bodies. And then they have these things that hang off of their horns. I thought that'd be fun. Because they don't have ears. They don't have ears to put this shit on. But I also gave them nose piercing. I thought that was really fun. And yeah. They each wear little skirts. They have to because they have tails and it's really hard to keep up with that. So there's my Sasani. Now, these are the ones that have actually learned to settle somewhere. The Saurians have dealt with some shit. They didn't have too much of a culture up until recently because they weren't allowed to. And the Sasani were kind of like... Wait, you draw? I'm gonna fight you! And the Sasani are even less culturally, like, imposed with clothing. I don't think they wear much of anything. If they do, it's probably gonna be like feather decorations. I'm thinking like the Na'vi, where it's like they're basically naked. Let's go look at Na'vi clothing. I'm not gonna be drawing their clothing today. I'm just giving you guys my process here. Puts on boxing gloves. I didn't hear no bell. Ah! So yeah, I think I might give them very basic loincloths. And maybe a drape over the chest. Maybe. And it doesn't matter if it's male or female. The females don't have boobs and they don't have nipples. So it's like, first of all, we have a bunch of cultures that don't even sexualize that stuff. So they don't need to cover it to begin with. And second of all, if they don't even have them, there's nothing to sexualize to begin with. So, you know. So maybe something like this. At the most. And then maybe some drapies here and there, but like, I'm probably not gonna do anything too crazy. The Sasani don't give me like fashionista energy. They're very practical and functional with their clothes, I think. No, this bat person. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna fight him. So yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do with the Sasani. For my bugs, I don't know either. Because I'd like to think there are subspecies out there that are just like, I don't fucking need clothing. Because there are cultures out there on our world that are just like, I'm wearing a feather and that is it. Like, there are some human cultures out there that are just like, yeah, no, I don't need this. Why do I get the feeling I'm about to be called by Desmond one of these days and be given the death stare? Me staring into your soul. But yeah, I'm assuming my bugs would not be wearing clothes, because they're bugs. What the fuck would they wear? I can't see them wearing anything substantial. Maybe accessories, but after that, no. So that's what I want to be working on later for those guys. But for now, I have something more important to be dealing with, and that is Android designs. So, what'd you say? Did you say meth? Oh, don't worry about it, he says. Don't worry about it as I say you're drawing meth. Okay. I'm gonna fight him. There's so many people I have to fight. I'm gonna fight you in a way that matters. Cecil, don't take his side. Oh, you okay? Oh, did you get your foot? Oh no, he stubbed his toe. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Well, you're about to have to learn how to fight. Because I'm both. And Leon's busy, so... Ooh. Ooh, we about to swing in. Ooh. You're a fighter and a fighter. Leon says he's a fighter and a fighter. He said dual classing for me. Well, I'm both, so let's go. Where are we swinging? Alright, I guess we're fighting. I'll meet you at the Waffle House. That's the PvP area. Yeah, that's a PvP zone, so, you know. That's the wilderness, so it's fine. We got this. Alright, let me adjust myself. Put up your boxing gloves. Hey, I got lead motion, motherfucker. I can fight you. Yeah. It's only a PvP zone at night? Aw. Damn it. I'm gonna have to wait. Alrighty. So let's pull up my Android stuff. Because I have a a folder filled with like different android designs, and they have different designs depending on what they do. Okay, here it is. Okay, so I'm also going to probably draw their inner design just so people will understand how I see it. Hi, Laros. Silk's your song. No, not my song. Also, I'm very glad you guys are excited for Silk Song. I don't know if I'm going to be playing it. It is very cheap. I'm surprised they made it only $20. That is wild. Like, I feel like I'd be robbing the dude. The devs are utter G's. Clearly. I was cool with 40 bucks. You're telling me it's half that? Also, I still have watermelon that I'm chewing on, so that's what you're gonna be hearing. Me eating watermelon. Alrighty, let me start going through this. Because I'm grabbing up endoskeletons as well as like their muscle structure, because I've gone over how androids kind of work, but I want to have visuals of like their stuff, just so I can show how it works. I don't think I have any pictures of like how I picture this thing working. Maybe this? Maybe this. Okay. Bull's been playing Hollow Knight, completely new playthrough. I'm about halfway through the base game. Nice! Also, hi Renetta! Thank you for the hug to Weewang. Weewang, you're getting hugged by a cat girl. Okay, I think I have everything I need. I'm trying to find a good example of how their muscles are going to work. So, the way androids are designed, I've already written it out, so I can just read it to you guys and not worry about it. So, androids. While not technically a species in the traditional sense of the word, androids have their own sense of culture based on how they were made and who made them. There are now thousands of models, types and shapes, each one used for a specific purpose and to look for their role in the society they were sold in. Some of the most common models are human-like, made by various companies that are based on Earth and in that solar system. The second most common model is the small gray type, which are typically 4 feet in height with large heads, much like the Zadans. So, thank you for the catnip tea. So I made the Zadans, the big, tall, gray dudes, and they are based off of something called the tall, gray alien. However, there is also something called the small, gray alien. So that's my mantis. Zadan. So you recognize this look, but these guys are the tall grays. There's also the small grays. They're about 4-ish feet in height, so like about half of these guys' height. And they have big-ass heads, and they look like what your standard little gray alien would look like. They're androids. They're not real aliens. I've got to beat Soul Master to get Dive and Broken Vessel with a double jump. Nice. I'm proud of you. You got this. So that's another type of android. Despite being made by so many companies for just as many purposes, let me get to the humans, because I'm going to need these guys, because I'm going to be basing the androids off of their shape. At least most of them. They share the same basic design principles. That is, they all own a skeletal structure, which I will be drawing here in a minute, and a set of inflatable tubes that carry a coolant fluid bunched around their structure to act like muscles. And I'll be showing you what that looks like. We actually have an android or some sort of robot that does that now. So let me actually go find that real quick. It's very interesting. It was made by... Who made this? And it's really creepy looking, but like in a, oh god, that's human but not human way. And I'm going to be basing my androids off of this kind of technology because it's really, really fucking cool. So I'll be showing this off to you in a minute. But yeah, they have a skeletal structure, a series of little tubes that can have coolant pump through them. They're going to be tubes that can flex here and there. And this pumping mechanism is how they move their joints. The pumping will make the hands move just as accurately as ours would. After that, they are given a pliant plexicone. A plexicone is like a plexiglass-ish, plexi-silicone skin that keeps everything compact in a humanoid shape. The skin can look completely realistic to a human body or be a basic set of gray. It all depends on what the android was made for. So some androids will have more details, some will not. It just depends on what you want for your android. I'll get into why here in a minute. So let's go over their structure. They have a basic skeletal structure, just like a human. Granted, their structure is a little bit different, so it can hold the muscle structure a little easier. Because I have Dash, all the nail arts, C-Dash, and Mantis Claw. Nice. Where is... Here it is. I'm gonna show you guys what this looks like. Android 1. It was made by people called Clone or something like that. Oh, okay. So this is a good... It's kind of creepy, so for those of you who don't want to see creepy shit, I guess don't watch. But it's really interesting. It was... I'm gonna go through all of their stuff, actually. But this is their first video. So this is just an android, like a robot body that they created with using a bone-like, that at least I understand, structure. They gave it like a Daft Punk helmet head, which I think is a good idea, because most androids look a little freaky when you try to make them look too realistic. Humans will never look at a robot and go, oh yes, fellow human. We have way too good of a pareidolia to not see that. Ow! But we can also... Hi, Lindo. I got thrown. But we can also trick our pareidolia by making simple faces, and it makes them cuter. So having this, like, helmet face instead is a very smart move, because that way you don't have to put unnecessary technology towards making a face look like a face. Now, there are, in mine, by 500 years in the future, they do have faces, but the faces aren't realistic so much as they look more like a doll. And I'll go over that and why it is in a bit. But let's look at how this thing moves. So this is not a person. This is a robotic machine thing that they are moving using a program in a computer. You see how he's hooked up to it. And they're testing out the limb movement by these tiny little tubes that act like the tissue of the muscle. I don't know what like the tiny fibers of muscle are called exactly, but you know what I'm talking about. It's really interesting. They have more videos. Let's see. So this is what I was talking about when I said I want to do some sort of tubing for the muscles, because this is really cool. YouTube. So you see how these wires are here? They inflate and deflate here and there because they're just flexible enough. And they're using a program to move the hand with these strings, and it's really fucking cool. The fingers, I think, have some sort of silicone padding on it. Hi, Kitsuro! Welcome in. So this is what I am talking about when I say they have these, like, little tubes for muscles. And look at that. Look how fucking articulated it is. It's really cool. Also, I realize that the companies that make these androids are probably making a killing in prosthetics. Well, rude. I think it flipped me off. But it's really fucking cool. There's one more video I want to show. I believe it is a dude. Oh yeah, that's what they did. They took an actual, like, science skeleton that you'll find in, like, a high school classroom, and they put this shit over it. They literally just put all this shit on it. Which is smart. That was the fluid that they put in the arms to make it move, I think. Oh, it's leaking. Oh, and see how it stretches and gets bigger. This is exactly how I want my stuff to work. And then they have, like, this... I think that's pantyhose. They have, like, a pantyhose, like, fabric to act as, like, a skin for the time being. But this is Don't flip me off. This is incredibly cool. And it works really well. There's one more video that I want to show. I think it's a dude who's moving his hand, and it's... Here it is. This is the video. He's showing off how it works. This video is not lit. It needs a second. I'm gonna eat my watermelon while I wait. Alright, so the hand is not moving on its own. It's listening to the program of this guy's hand attached to a type of leap motion device, as you can see here. And it's testing out the limitations of the hand itself. This is fucking cool. And that's why I know this company that I have going on. They're called BLACKJACK, by the way. That's the main robotics company that I have in my world. I'm sure they make a lot in, like I said, in robotics, but also prosthetics. Also, they're all laws about the robots. They have laws. And I'll be going over those too. That's so fucking cool, man. Now, obviously, it's not perfect here and there, but for a year ago, this is fucking cool. I think this is fucking rad. And then this is like a really good close-up of what the tubes look like. And then they made like a fake skeleton. He's not covered in the skin right now, so you can see some of the tubes are coming off of him, sadly. But you can see how it's layered on. This is exactly what muscle does in our bodies. Our muscles kind of wrap around themselves, especially in your arms. Like, if you touch your arms, for instance, you'll be able to feel, like, our arms are shaped kind of like chains that were squished into each other and laced against each other. That's where you get your bicep and the muscle below that. And then the two muscles in your lower arm kind of latch onto that in a crisscross sort of pattern, like this. Like that. It's really cool. And you can see that's what they do here with the tubes. Because we are slowly starting to learn that copying biology is probably the best way to make an android if you want the android to be pretty, you know, realistic to how we move as people. If you want something that... Oh. Hold on, there's another thing on the video, on another video real quick that I want to look at. Something to do with the heat. It's just showing me the tubes right now. Okay. Yeah, so this thing generates heat with friction, which is why you're gonna need coolant in your android. Which is what goes through their body. It's white. Probably semi-transparent white, and it is a coolant liquid, like an antifreeze. Also an antifreeze, kind of. So, first thing we're going to do is draw their skeletal structure, because I want to kind of piece together what each of these things can look like. Okay. That's a little too realistic. The skeletal structure is probably not going to look as realistic as ours does. They're probably not going to bother with making, like, individual rib bones because they don't need that. But they do technically have quote-unquote organs. They would probably mainly have some sort of core in the center of that rib cage thing that's being protected. And it probably acts more like a pump for their coolant rather than like a stomach or a heart. It's like their heart, I guess. Their heart's the best way to put it. So, design, let's go. That guy was wearing a helmet, so we're not going to worry about the head because their head and like tops depend on what it looks like. Because some can have no head, some can have all head. Like a very realistic one, so. Hiccup. Hiccup. I'm trying to see if I can see what this guy looks like without that little helmet. But I don't think they really have anything. I think I'm also gonna look at what an name of the pet. I'm gonna see what an android looks like without its face, because I know they would have some sort of skeletal structure. How's the bat and bear today? I'm good. Just will look out in 60 seconds. Cheese being sharp. Cheese is... Is Cheese outside? Cheese is in his catio. Leon said Cecil's aura farming in his catio, and I couldn't be more, like, in agreement. Huh? What the fuck? I will save. There's nothing to save, but I will save. Leon is being cute. Alright, let's see what a robot looks like without its... Actually, no. I want to look at a human. What does a human look like without its skin? That sounds creepy, I know, but... Listen, man, I need to draw... how these muscles are gonna move. Ow. I'm on the floor. Lilin. What the heck? What? It's true. You did warn me. I could have held my breath. I could have, you know, I could have prepared a little better, but I didn't. I didn't believe you. But you did it. You crazy bastard, you did it. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go look at face muscles, and we're gonna figure out how to set up android face. Because like I said, some have, like, this doll-like look, but they've kind of given up on making realistic humans, because making realistic human faces is fucking hard. Hi, Lilin. So instead, they've started leaning towards a slightly doll-like look, so... let me go find an example of that. They will also use shit like this. This is an anime mask, but they'll probably do something similar. That way the android doesn't look creepy. But when I say doll-like, I mean like the ball joint dolls. So let me find a good example of that. Because see, if we look at this is kind of creepy. This is them trying to make, like, a human face. It looks a little creepy. But, depending on the, I think depending on the series and depending on the company, they'll make the doll, quote-unquote, doll-like face. Let's see. Something more like this. where they look more polished, less like a human. Well, less like like they're trying to make them look human. Oh, that's Skitters. That's an android! I don't skitter. But yeah, like this as well. This is another android that, I think she's Chinese? No, she's Japanese. She's like a K-pop robot, but like, there's just something about her look that's like, kind of creepy. So, what if I did this? What if I came in and edited that? Skitters. That's a robot. Anyway, Uncanny Valley ahead, y'all. What if I did something here? Also, the proportions are a little weird. Someone didn't make the proportions right. But, like, what if we I-leaded her as, you know? Now, I think she's based off of a real person. But right now, I'm gonna make her look a little more doll-like-ish. Like, they probably look more like this, where it's less human and more... The eyes are a little bit bigger, it looks a little more anime, quote-unquote anime. That way it doesn't freak out humans as much. So, here, let me show you the difference. So this was the android before. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. And this is after. This is still a little creepy, but it's a little more, or a little less, like, traditional human. Wait, I know what I can use to show this off. Hold on. You know how some women in China will actually make themselves look like a doll? Something like that. That's probably the best way to describe it. Trying to find... Chinese women go to South Korea to get plastic surgery. That sounds about right. But I also know they do this, like, kind of makeup thing where their eyes look bigger and their noses look really small and their chins look really thin. It would probably look like that. Because it's less freaky than trying to make it look super realistic. And then they have issues returning because they look that much different. Oh, jeez. They're like, listen, man, it's still me. Also, I do know RepliQ, I believe, is a company in China? In my story. RepliQ is not a real company. I'm sure there's something called RepliQ, but that's probably another reason why it's not, like, trying to give it a Western look. They're like, nah, fuck you, manhwa. The fuck you. We say what they look like. Also, modding and OOAKing your android is probably very popular. The South Korean doctors have started writing notes for the women who get plastic surgery. Jesus, they're like, okay, listen, you're gonna go home and your husband's gonna feel like he's cheating on you because you look so different. Hear me out, it's fine. Listen, you're not gonna be able to get through borders because you look completely different to your passport. Give them the before and after picture, please. Idea. Great aliens become an unrealistic beauty standard for human women. Okay, I don't think you were here for it, but, gray aliens are also another kind of android here. They're the little grays, the 4-foot tall dudes that don't have a nose. and a big gray head. So some people might actually think the gray aliens are also hot. Who knows? Wow, man. Speaking of no nose, uh-oh. I'm waiting. Oh, I'm trying to think of a name for my new OC or drawing. It'll come to you. I'm not the best with names. I'm just letting you know. It'll come to you.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
Lumen, you know who I am. Yeah, Jimmy No Nose. Alright, so I have a bunch of stuff pulled up. And we will work on the skeletal structure first. So. I think they'll have... Let's see. Those muscles will not move. They don't truly need a nose, so they're not gonna have any... They're probably just gonna have like a soft bridge, but no hole. Because it's not like they need to actually breathe through their nose, or at all. Oh my god, you could walk underwater and not care. Yeah, as an android. You don't need to breathe. I freaked Leon out. I didn't mean to. But Leon's planning on making an android, so this has helped me think a lot about them. Alright, so they don't need ears. Not by default. I'm trying to think of, like, everything they'd need as a skeletal structure. So they wouldn't have a nose, but they would have some sort of bridge that, like, holds the nose up, like so. And the nose would be thinner. It would be like, it would come into a thinner point. Like so. I don't think they would have lips by default. They would have a set of, like, teeth like this, maybe? What?
What the fuck?
I need to look up, like, android without skin or something, because this is hard to do. Hi, Lumen. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to find androids without, like... Or robots, I guess is a better term. Without, like, any skin on, so that I can see how the muscles move underneath, like, if they've created any. Because I feel like this thing is going to be attached through tiny magnets, their plexicone skin. And there's probably some sort of seam in the back of their head. Now, some of them will also have wigs and hair attached to their head. But it just depends on the robot. It just depends on the android. Can I get my androids boneless? No. They need those bones, Lillian. Otherwise they'll fall over. Lillian, Dustin's replacing me with the robot hooker. I'm sorry, Blippy, but the time has come. Blippy, you are the robot hookers. It's okay. You got this. I believe in you. I'm trying to find a good video. No, fuck off, Pie. I don't need you. Okay, the shoulders move really well with this. I'm watching an android that's moving, and it's got very realistic movement. It's really interesting. Now, I prefer the one that has the tube muscles, because that moved like very well. But this one that I'm looking at right now, I'm not gonna show it because it's kind of creepy, but it has really good muscle movement in the faces. I think I might base that shit off of this. But I need to see the underworkings, damn it. Good, now get in the plastic box. We gotta get the NIB value. Hiccup. This is really hard to look up, y'all. Yes, I know the robot has a realistic face, but what does the technology look like underneath? I would like to see. Oh, thank you. It just took me asking a few times, and they dropped it on me. So this shit's gonna look creepy as hell, probably. Probably look like FNAF animatronics, I don't know. Bro, I've already talked to Leon about this because he's making an android, so I've been discussing this shit with him. But just imagine how many characters people are turning into androids. There's probably a Funtime Freddy running around. Or like a glam rocker Roxy. Because people want them as androids. For obvious reasons. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I have found androids without their faces. That's all I've wanted. Or I guess I should use the word robot. Android implies that there's true artificial thought in the robots, but they don't really have that yet. We haven't gotten to that point. No, I don't want you to send me notifications. I just want to look at the pictures of the robot. I just want to look at the funny guy in the pictures. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I don't need this. So I found what this thing looks like without the plexiglass. Or the skin. And it looks really creepy. It's really funny. But it's kind of close to how I was designing it. So let's do this again. So the eyes will have eye sockets, obviously. So what I'm doing right now, for those of you who are just coming in, I'm making a skeletal structure for all of my android models. Now, not all of them are going to have heads like this. Some will just have masks put over their head, but it's fine. So, they'll have eye sockets. Now, the eye sockets are going to be a little bigger than normal. Because, like I said, they want their characters to look a little more anime. And then inside, there will be the eyeballs that move around and look. So, there's the eye. Like I said, this is gonna look freaky as hell until we can, like... until I can finish it and cover it up. And I feel like they're gonna have little magnets here and here. And these magnets are going to act like eyebrows. They're going to have little magnets in spots where the skin is stuck the most. Like here as well. I'm having to like move my face and figure out where the magnets are. And these little points are going to be where the skin is attached. Alright, who's on the away crew today? Lieutenant Jenkins, Mr. Koroliki, Private Marcus, Hatsune Miku! No, literally. There will be people out there with Hatsune Miku. I'm eating watermelon. Yeah. It's Hatsune Miku with a gun. Also, I feel like these magnets are going to be really small and hard to see. But these big ones are going to be for eyebrow control. It's Hatsune Miku with the steel chair! Hmm? You still have muscles, though. That's magnets. No. Leon said no. Alright, so their head's also going to be completely flat, and their jaws are going to be pulled in a lot more than usual. So this is going to be their head, and like I said, their nose is going to be just a fake little bridge that does this. It doesn't have anything crazy in it. And then inside their mouth, they're gonna have really fake teeth. It's gonna look kind of like a skull, but not quite. Fake teeth inside here. And fake gums, of course. And then in here, they'll have the fake jaw that can move up and down. And then the fake teeth here. Like so. So this is what they'll kind of look like on the inside. No ears, no cavity, no are you okay, Lilin? A skull? Like a sugar skull? Yes. A sugar? Yeah. But here's the head shape. Just big enough to look kind of human-ish, but this is what it's going to look like. And then on top of that, I'll add the muscles later, but for now, we're going to add their skeletal structure. Quote-unquote skeletal structure. Okay, let me pull it up first. Okay, so the way their skeleton is going to work a lot like ours. They're gonna have, you know, I think they're gonna have a thin plating right here on their hands. And then they're gonna have thin bone structure for hands. Mustard structure? Oh, I have to be careful about the mustard? Okay. Oh. Lame. The mustard. Yeah, the mustard. I'm actually gonna go look at a skeleton real quick. We're gonna go look at skeletal anatomy so that I can get this correct. Because like I said, these dudes literally just put all of this material on a fake plastic skeleton, and I find that really funny. These guys probably use some sort of strong plexi something for the skeleton for their guy. Ads? Go away, ads. Don't need you here. Okay, so this would be the palm. This would be the knuckles right here. And they would probably open here and there. 1, 2, 3, 4. You only need the 4. And then they have 1, 2, 3. Then they'd have these kind of fingies for bendies. Okay, so this is their structure so far. And then they would have these little rotators here attached to this. And then they'd have a attachment here. And then they would have these two fake bones that we do. And these are to actually help the arm pivot back and forth. That's why our arms can twist like this. It's those two bones help with the twisting process. And then they would have attachment here. And then a big old bone right here to attach this. Now, these aren't going to be actual bones, but they are going to be shaped similar to our bone structure. Pivot! Yeah, pivot. Leaving! He's coming for me. He's gonna strangle me. No, wait, no. Thank you for the kiss. Thank you for the kisses. I'm getting kisses. I got kisses. Alright. So, neck time. Their neck is going to have these little, like, spinal-like neck plates. Just like we do. And then they will have this little attachment here for this arm, and then it will have a body plate right here, and this is going to be their fake rib cage. And they're going to have different pieces from behind them all attached like so. They'll also have fake pumps here. And then they will have fake holds in the back here. So, a strange little endoskeleton, but this is to help the arm right here move how it needs to. I also feel like this would technically be like a big old ball that they can, like, roll around, and it'll be attached through this and then a few pieces behind him. And then he has the fake rib cage. It's probably just going to be some sort of plate body, maybe cut right here for the sake of weight. And inside here is going to be the main functioning parts of this thing. So this is going to be attached for a little metal piece for round. The bear horse approaches. Yeah, he approached me. And then he kissed my face, and it made me happy. Also, I need to bring this down a little bit. The rib cage on masculine bodies are usually a little longer than feminine bodies. Now, that's because the hip, or not the hip, the waist is a little higher on more feminine bodies. Usually. I'm saying usually. This is just a stereotype more than a hard and fast rule. Okay. And there's tiny metal prongs here that will, like, attach these. Because they don't have cartilage to attach their shit. Alrighty. So, after that, he probably has some sort of hip pelvis. Wow! But it's probably not going to be as realistic as we have. Because that's a little wild. But they probably keep that structure to make sure it looks humanoid and walk like a humanoid. So they probably have some sort of box right here, maybe, for that part of the thing. And then they have the hips. These are going to be like this, too. They might even have little cuts here and there to keep it, once again, lightweight. And then inside of this, they might have a rotary system where it's attached right here and here. And this will be for the leg. And this will be the big bone here. Now, I feel like there's some sort of metallic structure inside to keep this thing from, like, falling over. So, like, for instance, this arm probably has some sort of tiny bit of structure like this. Like a cage of some sort. But we'll think about that later. And then he'll have another pivot structure right here. That'll be the knee. Think like a ball joint doll. And then he will have the 2 bones right here to help with the twisting. So there's the big bone. Right here, I believe, is in the side. The big one is here. And then you have the little one here to help with twisting the leg. Hi, Taki. Welcome in. I'm designing the skeletal structure of an android. Don't mind me. And then for the feet, they're probably not going to do anything too crazy. Just like with the hand, they're going to have another pivot system right here. And then it's probably going to be a little plexiglass or plexicone, like, paw. I don't think they're going to program the toes to move. No one is looking. Well, I think it depends on if they're climbing. Maybe they'll have very slight bones like this. But I don't think they're going to put too much thought into it. So this will be our basic skeletal structure. Now, the machine is going to have a very strong structure here. It's going to have that, like, fake spine in the back right here. But I do feel like they're going to add something here. Maybe they've packed whatever this is with the machine's inner workings, as it were. And this is also a pivot system, so he can move his hips here and there. But in here is going to basically be like the fake organs. Now I say fake organs because this is all going to be the programming that moves everything together. So after we have that done, let's work on the muscle structure, quote-unquote muscle structure. Alright, I don't need my skeleton anymore. Because back here, I think, is a thing for the, what's it called? The scapula, quote-unquote. This is attached to the scapula. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go look at the muscles. Fake organs. Forgans! Yeah. I have to sneeze. Oh god. What a... Oh, fuck. It's not coming out. No. Oh, I should probably take my pills, huh? I'm back on the pills, y'all. Today is Wednesday? Wednesday. Wednesday. There we go. Forgans. Now, this kind of skeletal structure and muscle density structure is all going to be basic bitch models. Nowadays, it's probably not even worth, what's the word? Copywriting. You can't copyright, like, human body structure. I feel like this is a band-aid situation where everyone started using it. It became kind of public domain. So, using a basic skeletal and muscle structure for an android is not it's public domain. You can't really copyright it, I don't think. You can't trademark it. Well, copyright. Trademark is for logos and mascots. Copywriting is for inventions. Been painting house, but could use some help, like going up ladders, take down the awning, and painting stuff I can't do myself, because a telescoping pole can only reach so far, and I can't do ladders. That's fair. Also, thank you, Lola, I got sippies. Maybe you could find someone to help you. I am not anywhere near your country, so I cannot. How? Alright, let's add these fake muscles. So, going off of the design that these guys made, that looks really cool, by the way. They have... And it's been stringed together, which is really cool. I'm not asking you, buddy, just bitching a bit. That's fair. You're allowed. Oh, I should probably save this, just in case I lose it. There we go. I'm also gonna go look at a ball joint doll. Oh, this would actually probably be a really good sample of how they design their dolls. Design their androids sometimes. Oh, fuck, I think it's AI. It is. Boo! I can't even look at ball joint dolls anymore without getting hit. But you get it. Got the big cutesy face. Okay, so none of these are helping me, but that's fine. Okay. I'm just looking at the back and forth between the muscles here and the muscles on this. That's Skitters. It does, it's Skitter! It's okay, Lillian. I'll show you your centipede boyfriend later. I know you miss him. Alright, let's give this thing muscles. So, these neck pieces are technically all on the skeletal structure, and it's what makes the head move, and it moves very fluidly. And there's a dude who apparently did that on, I saw it on YouTube. It was really cool. I don't know if they'd give muscles to the face, but I'm sure they've added some sort of padding here and there to act as movement. But I think that'll come more with the face plate. But I feel like the quote-unquote muscles for this are these moving tissues of eyes underneath, brows underneath, maybe muscles here as well. And these have all been attached to the endo. And that's what this thing is called. It's an endoskeleton, or an endo. And these all attach with tiny little magnets to the structure of the android's head. They probably also have muscles, quote unquote. I'm saying muscles, but they're like things that move the face here and there. And then they probably have some sort of muscle structure here and here. And after that, nothing. So if you go around and poke at your own face and feel where the muscles move and go, that's probably where these guys have it. So if you just kind of squish at your face, poke at your face, boost your lips, feel where the muscles are in the cheeks, that's probably where they're gonna put the muscles. Which part holds the child's soul that animates it? Well, see here, Lillian, in this cavity right here, that's where the baby's kept. Oh, let me redo this muscle, by the way. Let me redo the structure. Oh, wait, it shouldn't go that far. There we go. And then they have little strings coming from here to go to here. And then this is its own muscle. And this is its own muscle, and they fold in like so. And then they're just real squishy. Now, these muscles are made out of some sort of elastic, stretchy, like silicone that responds to the android's electrical pulses in the face. Ah, that's the impregnator. Got it. Yeah. I'm a boy. Good thing I can't get pregnant. Enters the boy pregnator. Let me finish off my watermelon, by the way. Oh. Oh. There we go. Watermelon is done. Oh! Popped my neck. It felt great. Alrighty. Let's get the muscles done. So, they're going to have an attachment here. This is where the adhesive starts for the muscles. And these tubes are going to be attached. Nope. Not like that. Hold up. They're going to be attached right here. And they're going to kind of be folded in on themselves. Just like how our muscles work. So these little tubes are going to look like this. And they're going to kind of contract and move and help the arms move here and there. They're also going to have probably some sort of flap back here that acts as some sort of muscle structure. And then over the arm, they'll do the same thing. They'll add a muscle structure that ties to itself here. And then they'll have a muscle structure tie here. And I feel like the spots where they're tied are sprayed white, just to tell them where they are. And then you have more string muscles here. I'm sure glad I'm alone in here and not pregnant, said the boy. But you're not alone, said the boy impregnator. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I gotta actually erase this and do it better. I gotta do it better this time. Okay, so these are all attached to the points. Now, I don't think they'll have muscles here because they don't need the muscles, but they do need the muscle structure here to help move the arm. And once again, I will show you a picture of what that looks like. This is that android that I showed you guys where it can move its arms with these little tubes. And these little tubes, see how this is laced around it and it's doing this? And then you've got this right here, and then you've got these here. Those are straight up your muscles. This is the shoulder muscle and how it packs in. And that's what I meant by it's so cool that they've laced them over themselves. Because that's what it actually looks like in the human body. So you can kind of see what they were going for here. You can see that these are the pectoral muscles. These are the tubes that are following it. This is that shoulder muscle up there. Hi, Unlucky. I just want an apartment with a balcony in the basement. In the basement? What does that mean? But these muscles are the reason that it can move so realistically. And then here, they do the same thing. They'll have muscle attached here, and then they'll lace it and attach it to this. Bear roar, Jesus! And then they'll have muscle wrap around like this. Just like how you see here. This is attached to this wrist, and then it goes around the arm, just like this. Attached to this side of the wrist, and then attached on the other side of the elbow. So that is how they'll do this. Now the hands will have muscle structure as well, but they'll be attached like this to the knuckles. And then they will be padded. So just like how we saw that one hand that that dude was controlling, that's how the hands are gonna look. Let's see. Let me show you the hands again, just to show what I'm talking about. Bear art! Yeah, you heard it, and you found it. Let me go back to the video. Okay, let me find... Dude, that's so cool. I'm looking at, like, the different stuff. I'm looking for the hands padding. Oh, here it is. Okay, so yeah, they'll have padding on their thumbs, padding in their fingies, padding on their hands right here and here. Hi, Salem! Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. What? Oh yeah, Leon's still crying about the names you made.
Yeah, Lillian doesn't stand a fucking chance.
He said Lillian doesn't stand a chance.
Like, I started getting teary-eyed.
He's getting
That
teary.
motherfucker's dead as
He
hell.
teary-eyed. He said if he's teary-eyed, Lillian's dead as hell.
And that's not me being an asshole. I just is there. We're there now.
Dead as hell. Slim. Hi, how you doing? Don't mind me, I'm looking at robot muscles and drawing robot muscles. Slept in because rain happened? Aw, sleepy.
Apparently
It's gonna rain today? You're fucked. You're dead. I'm gonna explode. So, in this demonstration that I'm looking at, they seem to have like this plate here that can bend. But I don't want to do that because that looks dumb. I feel like they'll give this guy fake padding in the muscle phase. And give him muscle structure here. Probably give him nothing but just this little padded ball if they want it to be a dude. Yeah. Babe, Clay's not gonna have balls.
What?
Sorry.
Oh.
But he is gonna have something there. Just to kind of make it not look freaky. I deballsed your man, I'm sorry. I stole Leon's character's balls. No more balls.
Fucked up. I'm calling the police. But you?
He's mad at me because he doesn't have balls. Lil and confetti. Bring! Is it Tuesday yet? No. I'm sorry. Okay, wait, hear me out. Wednesday Vandal isn't happening this week, but Sugar Skull's off. Meta gets home at like 2:30. Maybe! Maybe that's what I'm suggesting. You don't know. Listen, man. Your boy wants he the Vandal, okay? No balls? Yeah. Clay doesn't get balls. Sorry. Babe, he's an android! Unless you want him to be a pleasure unit. Then he doesn't have balls. What if the guy who made him said, you know what, give him balls?
I can't have a son with a
I'm sorry, babe. You don't get genitals if you're not a pleasure model.
It's all a huge core.
He's yelling at me. He angry. Him want balls, but he doesn't get balls.
You know,
Oh, I know. I know you're fucking with me. I know you're mad as fuck.
yeah. it's all-
Desmond trying to get more Vandal. Must be a day ending with a Y. Listen here, you motherfucker. Listen up.
And if you don't kiss me, that's gay or homophobic.
Well, Leon's out here singing.
And I'm gonna kick your yeah. He's gonna catch a boot today. It's gonna
Okay, so these guys are gonna have big ol' tubing for the legs. Gonna a dead baby brute to the head. Whoa. Whoa. He's singing about kissing your dad, but like in the tune of I'm Blue, and it's really funny. Aftermarket balls, yeah. What? I'm gonna kiss him instead? I am gonna think that, but like not in a bad way. Okay, so they're gonna have. Perfecto mundo. And then they're gonna have big old tubies on the legs like this. Yes? What are you doing to me? No, you're not allowed to pick my nose! Leon! Unallowed! Truck nuts? Oh, they do. The truck nuts guys will never stand for this. They will give them balls.
So just give him truck nuts or give him down.
I don't like truck nuts. I don't like this narrative. Alright.
Truck nuts are good.
Alright, so we're gonna have more muscle structure up here to move the toes. And then a little bit of padding on the feet, but other than that, no. So we got the muscle structure going on, and then on top of that is just what they look like. How do you feel about fighting games? They're okay. But I'm not like super into them. You're a Guilty Gear guy?
Selection fighter.
That confirms that I'm downloading the Crash Out machine, I mean Tekken 8. Oh my god. Also, this is a really nice looking android. They did a pretty good job at designing this one. China is really out here just saying we're going to make anime waifus and you cannot stop us. Smash. Smash. And like I said, they also are making androids that look like this. Thank you for the sip. I just completely made everything disappear. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, they're definitely making androids that look like that. Because why the fuck wouldn't you, you know? That was a cosplayer? It was a cosplayer, but that's also how they will be designing their androids in certain places. They'll be having them look like straight up anime characters. They'll also have shit like this. Like, where they look a lot more sleek. But, like I said, it's gonna depend on where they're from. Like, what company is making them and why they're being made. So, now that I have the basic structures down, I want to start designing them. Other than the straight up dude that you see here, also I want to design the little grays. So let me go look at the big grays first, because I'm going to draw their noggin. Actually, I'm going to... Ooh. I fucked it a little bit. Okay, there we go. I'm actually going to copy their noggin. Because before I do anything else, I'm gonna make the creature that I know exists. Because human models are going to be a lot more extended. Extensive, I guess is a better word. There we go. Where do I buy the robot that looks like Prince Sidon? You're gonna probably have to get that custom made. Because I doubt androids that look like character IPs is gonna exist in like a company unless the company makes them. Unless they have like a crossover event, but yeah. Fug. Yoruichi? Who's Yoruichi? Oh, Bleach character. I have an idea. Oh. That looks a little funny. Should look a little better. I'll shrink the head just a little bit. Thank you, Microsoft Defender, for notifying me the 8th time in the past hour that I have no viruses. Thank you, Microsoft, for fucking with me. Okay. Let's get these guys rolling. So, these dudes look a little freakier. Good news! You don't have viruses! Also, you don't have viruses! Wait, let me see if you have viruses. Nope, no viruses! You don't have... Yeah, it's... I'd wanna shoot the machine, too. But... There we go. So, these guys don't have noses. They also don't really have lips. They have, like, a little mouth, but they don't have, like, these. Their heads are a little smaller. Desmond, did you see the Knights of Guinevere trailer? I did not. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I hiccuped, it was gross. The hell's Knights of Guinevere? Cuphead? Leon's watching the trailer and I'm watching it with him. The anime looks, the animation looks really good.
Not my chance. So it's just Disneyland online.
He says that it reminds me of like a Disneyland goes wrong sort of thing. Glitch TV has been killing it with original animation. What else have they made? It looks interesting, but I'll have to see. Babe, do not try myth.
Ready to be awake. 87.
You don't need to be awake that long. Did you know internal combustion engines, what run on recycled green gas, not gasoline, actually gas, is considered zero emission with the benefit of good going vroom? Huh. All of Vandalt? You'd want to blow your brains out, babe. No. Also, Unity's right there. You got this, soldier. What? Murderbots. Oh, Murderbots! That's right, they did make that. Digital Circus and Gaslight District. I see. I've never seen Gaslight District. I know about Digital Circus, and I know about Murderbots. You know what? I will say, at the very least, even if I don't watch some of that stuff, I'm happy to see independent animators making shit. Because it means the medium is still there. It means there are people out there unafraid to make animation. And that's all I can ask for in this world. Especially since, quote-unquote, the AAA companies of, like, the animation industry don't want to fucking do it. All they're making is fucking live-action shit nowadays. There's hardly any animation. And it makes me sad. I'm trying to figure out how to draw these little buggers. Because they don't really have a waist. They don't really have anything. They're just a tiny little android. Let me go stare at gray aliens for a minute. I'm gonna go look at Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob is really cool. Oh, someone made him. Oh, look at him. It's a little guy. I think I'll do this. Here, let me close this out. Fix this up. The body's supposed to be a lot skinnier than this. The bodies are very thin. Like so. Okay. Now let's draw this. I have Skinny Bob pulled up. Makes it easier. For those of you who don't know who that is, that's a supposed alien, supposed great alien that we had in like the 40s. And someone made a 3D model of him. And it's making drawing him very easy. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, and their legs are pretty slender. What? Thank you for the sip, Lilin. And the save. Let me boop. Water. Crunches! Okay. Give me a sec, let me erase this and fix it. The feet are really big, aren't they? Let's small real quick. Same thing with the hands, make them a little smaller. Alright, let's do some crouches real quick. I'm gonna take you guys with me. You're coming with me. big stretch before I do crunches. Whew. Okay.
Aw, my kitty's out in his catio being a boy.
Y'all, say hi to Cecil. Just give him a little wave. Just give him a little hi. Oh, I'm stuck. Hold up. Alright, I'm not stuck anymore.
Hi, little man.
He is staring at something. Whatever that something is, he is in it. Alrighty. Let me do some stretches real quick so I don't throw myself out. Okay. You can see me like over here slowly trying to do shit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Crunch. Alrighty. Whew. Settle back down. Do little stretchies in my leggies. Whew. And let's bring the energy down and rub on my wee line. Okay. I'm coming back. Oh, I sat down on me bum. Alright, let's get on my glove and continue the art, shall we? Oh, let me get a sip too. Whew, alright. Whew. Yeah. Yawn. Alright, let's give these guys the little toes. They don't have nails. Because these guys are literally just biomechanical androids. These guys have less of a less dimension than most human androids. Human androids are designed to be easy to get along with. These guys are just straight up machines that don't give a single fuck about anything. That is their purpose in life. Whew, alrighty. Once again, no nails. And these guys are built a little differently than human androids, but they do still have that basic skeletal structure and some sort of machine muscle structure. They are a little different than humans. They're a little different than human-made designs because the way Zedans work, they can pick up on biomechanical creatures, basically. So, like, their ships, for instance, are technically biomechanical, and then they can interface with them telepathically. They can interface telepathically with these things, too. I'm imagining one of these little guys getting nail polished so cute and then going home and be like, ow. Oh, poor little dude. Now, there's not to say they don't have personalities of their own. I'm sure they do. But they're a lot more analytical. And these are an android. A Zedan android, specifically. They don't have a belly button. They don't have any of those, like, kind of designs. Maybe they have something like this to hold the chest together. Let me do that again. And maybe they have some sort of line here to add muscle definition. A Xandroid. Yeah, Zeta Android. Xandroid. But that's what these guys look like. They're the little grays. And most of the time they're naked because they don't give a fuck. But sometimes they will be wearing a little black jumper suit. Like literally, this is Skinny Bob. This is the dude I was looking at while I was drawing this thing. Nope. This is supposedly an alien we saw in the 40s or whatever, the 50s. And this is supposedly his picture. It was a video recording. As you can see, it's chopped up like this because someone took different screenshots of this guy and put it together. So this is how I picture them, except without the little nose. I'm not giving them nose. That's Jim Bob Human. What do you mean? That's totally Jim Bob Human. Here's another supposed sighting we had. This is another kind. This is kind of how I see the androids, the small grays with the big heads and the no nose and the, you know, big old black eyes. Ow. I have an itch. Okay, I'm good. But yeah, these dudes are around 4 feet tall. They all look the same. Zetans don't really fuck around with customization because that's not what they're there for. They have different purposes and understandings of androids. I have drawn them. Excellent! Yo, that's the guy from the Star Wars Cantina. Nice. So I'll be giving this guy clothes in a bit. We'll post in VC. Excellent. Also, I'm getting a little cold, so I'm gonna wrap myself up. I'm gonna get my towel. I think it's my hair. My hair's still like a tiny bit wet here and there from shower, and it's like been on my neck all day, making me feel cold.
So I'm gonna put my towel under my hair. I feel a little cold without it.
There we go. Now I feel better. I will go peek at VC. Oh, look at that thing. Dude! Stomach mouths are always cool. Stomach mouths are always dope. Always good design. We won? What the fuck? Cecil just had something to say to you, babe. Cecil's yelling at you. Alrighty, let's go find my different designs for humanoid androids. So, the way these guys are gonna work, by the way, they can be... where is it? Here it is. So, I wrote down for these guys what their model names work like, and I'll be going over that in a minute. But I do want to cover these guys real quick, because they are a lot simpler than the human AI, or androids. So, here I wrote, even if Earth is the biggest maker of androids, these Zetans are also well known for their android models, with a similar technique on making them with a skeletal structure, muscle coolant tubing, and skin-like material. They also make them with little structural integrity for fighting in mind. They are all modeled the exact same, and their structure includes biomechanical material inside so that a Zeta may interface with the android without needing to talk to it. Most of their androids are small, no taller than 4 feet, all gray, and have large black eyes just like them, with no nose. Thank you, Lumen. They do have a mouth, but is only for speaking to life forms that cannot interface with them. A lot of other races that employ these types of androids... Oh... We one dropped a box. Oh. A lot of other races that employ these types of androids have reskinned them to fit their own standard for beauty, such as Saurians and Drakkar, occasionally using these android models with lizard-like shells. Shells are what they call the actual skin designs. Instead of the Zeta gray color. Mantids also use these, but reshell them to have a soft green chitinous outside instead. So, if this was a Zetan android, like a Zetan-made android, he would be this kind of color, and he would have black eyes and all that. But if he were a part of a Drakkar faction, he would probably have this sort of look. He would probably be green, have scales, and have red eyes. And these actually exist in the ufology circle. Let me actually go find a book I have. Give me a second. File. And here. Visual guide. Here we go. So this is a fun little book that I like keeping on me because it's good for referencing stuff that I want to do. This is a supposed visual guide to alien creatures. And I will go and find... So these are technically different kind of grays that exist, quote-unquote grays. The big-headed tiny people. But you have these, like, scaly-looking guys, like right here, for instance. And then you've got more, like, mantid-looking dudes. And this is, like, a lizardy-looking guy. I'm sorry, that cover art is incredible. Look at it, it's great! Hey, it's not AI. And that's why I appreciate it. Thank you, David W. Chase, for making this. I think he's the one who drew all of this. Hold on. Yeah, he's the one who drew all of this art. This is, like... all of his art. It's a booklet of everything he's drawn. And I like to use this as a visual reference for how I want to draw my different creatures sometimes. See how this guy is another kind of gray, but he's more like a... he's got like a big old flat head. This dude's all scaled up. He's got like a bird mouth. It's really cool. This dude has like lizard eyes. They would do that. This is a standard gray. Little gray guys. They have noses, but mine... well, maybe I'll give mine noses. Who knows? Here's more. This is a standard gray. This is a mantid. It's really cool. This is like different hands that he's drawn. Wait, I missed it. Let me see it. Heh? What? The cover art? It's right here. Look at it. It's so good. I can even zoom in. Look at it. It's beautiful. What else? Yeah, this is just shit this guy named David Chase has drawn. And it looks really cool. And I like it. Here's more grays. This is like a hybrid of a gray and a, human. This is a standard gray. This is another hybrid of some sort. This is a hybrid. He really likes just drawing dudes. Here's more. This would be like a lizard gray. You see how it's got all these scales on it? This dude doesn't have a nose at all. That's where I took my design. These guys are more hybrids. It's just really cool little designs as this guy did. This is another hybrid of some sort. This is like your standard gray design. I like the sunken in cheeks. I might give them noses. I think I might do that. Here's more little guys. More little guys. It's just little guys. There's so many of these. Look how many pages there are. There's 288 pages of this. Okay, but when is David gonna show us what the peepees look like? If he has drawn dicks in this, I'm gonna have to take it off. I'm gonna have to move. I don't know what this is. It's like a flower of some sort. They're harvesting our cows. Oh no, not the cows. Here's another saurian, like a lizard guy. Lizard guy right here. More grays. This is a tall gray. That's what I designed my dudes off of. You know, like the really big dudes that are like 6 feet tall. That's this guy. And then here's the small grays that are usually about 4 feet. So, as you can see here, I am indeed basing some of my species off of, like, what people have designed and supposedly seen. I am not doing Nordic types. For one reason and one reason only. It promotes Aryanism. And I'm not fucking with that. We are not doing that. So, Pleiadians, quote-unquote, and the Nordics, quote-unquote, don't exist. Not the way they say it in here. Because they're just humans. And that's boring. I mean, they are gonna be humans on other planets, but that's because we colonized that shit. That and a few alien races have dipped on Earth throughout humans' like development over the 200,000 or so years we've been Homo sapiens sapiens. I am certain, in my story especially, that some sort of creature, if they came upon us, would go, look at the funny sentient monkey. What is it doing? It's walking like we do? That's cool. And then take it. So a lot of these Pleiadians that are alien and they look just like, they're just humans that got kidnapped thousands of years ago. That's all they are. So the quote-unquote Nordics are just humans. That's how I'm going to be approaching this. Here's more, and they only have 4 fingies. Here's more guys. I don't know what this is. I guess it's an older dude? It's an older guy. Aliens be like, oh, look at the monkeys. They think they're people. Yoink. Yeah. He's got like a really big ridge on the top of his head. I think I might give them very flat little noses. I like the little noses. This is them doing cloning. They're cloning themselves, as you can see here. This is them cloning themselves. That makes me wonder, do the Zedans make their androids out of cloning material? They would have to. It's biomechanical. I feel like parts of them are grown. This guy is getting tubed. More like... this is like abduction shit, basically. This guy's holding a box. But you get it. Y'all get it. There's a fuck ton of gray designs. And each of them has... I don't know what this dude's doing. He's doing something, though. And I do want to add like a manted version of them as well, where the eyes are a little bigger. I don't know why this guy has these lines on his nose, but he does. I think it has something to do with his age, but I am not sure. My dudes don't age. They're androids. They don't need to. Here's another little gray guy. Just Longman Jenkins creeping in your room. But yeah, you guys get it. Y'all know what I'm about. You know what I'm drawing. Also, there's a fuck ton of this in these books. I just thought of something. Are the Zedans some sort of mushroom? Because they can interface with stuff that has their same genetic stuff in them. This is a question that I will have to answer later. But I just thought about it. Could they be some sort of mushroom? Alrighty. So, now that I have these guys done, I think I'm actually gonna give them tiny noses. I like the little baby noses. But they'll be tiny. They'll be tiny and dumb. And non-functional. They'll just be there to make people not be as freaked out over them. There we go. Nose. Okay, so the first set of androids are done. Let's make the more human androids. So, I'm gonna read you off the humanoid androids first. So, unlike the Zeta androids that probably have tiny cute little nicknames. Oh! Zetans are orcs and tweet. No, what does this mean? Are orcs mushrooms? Is that what this means? Anyway, welcome back everyone. I didn't realize there were ads. We're gonna start covering humanoid androids. I just finished these guys, the little grays, and now we're gonna design humans. Now, humans will have different designs depending on, you know, what they're made for. Because some are there more for function, some are there more for being pretty. You'd know if you let me know. I'll just jump 40k lower on you. Do they bud asexually from each other? Is that what we're hearing? Is that what I'm hearing here? Lilin? Anyway. The Replicue factories on Earth, some are also spread across Mars, and it's mostly concentrated on Venus. Okay, so basically, no, goblins are mushrooms. That's true, goblins are mushrooms in, West of Loathing. In the Loathing universe, goblins are mushrooms. They just kind of bud and pop. And then make clones of themselves. Now I'm very curious to see what Lilin has to say to me. Doo-doo.
Hello there?
Hello there, welcome in. I'm gonna call you Matt. Because, I don't think I'm allowed to say it. Well, I don't care if I say it or not, but I'm gonna call you Matt. Welcome in. Orcs reproduce from spores. When they fight, they release spores as a natural response to violence. Those spores take root underground and eventually bud into new orcs. So, literally, they bud and pop. Just like goblins in the Loathing universe. So a decade or two after an orc invasion, a new generation of orcs pop out of the ground and choose more violence. I see. Excellent. I mean, not excellent, but you know what I mean. That's really funny. Excellent if you're an orc. True. Alrighty. Now that we've established how orcs work, let's start designing some humanoid androids. I was gonna read this out, but I was waiting for Lilin and also for ads to get out of here. So, the Replicue factories, they started in Sol, in our solar system, and they started on Earth, roughly 300 years ago. They started off as, like, experimental robotics, where they were trying to put AI in these, like, robotic bodies that could start moving more fluidly. And they were one of the first companies to be able to perfect the technique. And the way the naming conventions nowadays work, and Venus nowadays is probably the biggest place for Replicue. That's where, like, it happens the most now. So, naming conventions, you can name your android whatever the fuck you want, but you usually have a model code and a serial number, and I've based it on the graphics card way it works, because I know how the graphics card model naming works. You okay, babe? Thinking. He's thinking. So, you can have different series. Not generations. Series. And this is like your job. So you can have a military series, the service series. Military is like your fighting units. You have your service series, which are like custodial, janitorial, or like waiters and waitresses. Those are your serval units. They are also like your maids in the house. You can also have pleasure series, which is what Venus is very well known for. It's kind of hard to get a hold of a personal model that's a pleasure unit, and that's because they kind of had an issue, like 100 to 100 years ago, where humans were just wanting to fuck robots instead of each other, and, the population was getting a little weird. My name is Jimmy RTX 4090. That's basically what their names are like, kind of. But in an attempt to make humans calm the fuck down with the robot fuckery, they made the pleasure series a limited item, and it's more of a luxury item now. It's extremely expensive. And the Pleasure series has to do with having fully functional everything. Meanwhile, the others, you would have to get them modded to do that. And modding an Android has become very popular. Nowadays, people have calmed down. The fucking a robot craze has settled into a more nuanced situation where people don't do it as much, but you're not seen as a weirdo for doing it if you do it. Humans have gotten it out of their system, if that makes sense, collectively as a people. Nowadays, though, those aren't seen as much. And the way their model names and serial names work. So, you will take whatever series they're a part of, add a number to it for that generation. You see that one right there? Yeah, that's 50 million credits. Oh no, yeah, they're not that expensive, but they are still expensive. It's easier to rent one. And nowadays, people don't want to rent pleasure models because they don't know who else's dick has been in the pleasure model. It's like, it had its moment in the sun and then it slowly petered out, and now people don't do it as much anymore. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I will resurrect the ancient ways of robot fucking. Now, you can get pleasure mods you can get the porn mods on the bots. I'm just saying, you can do that. But it's pricey. You would have to have a pretty penny in order to do that. And you need money to burn in order to do that shit. I said 500. Oh, 500 million credits. That's a lot more. That's way too much. Oh god, I'm gonna have to think about how the credit system works. How much money goes to what? Shit. I'll figure it out. Alright, I'm gonna do a little aftermarket modding. Electric drill noises. Oh no. But yeah, the way their naming conventions work, for their models at least, they can get nicknames. You can call them whatever. But this is their series name. So let's say I own a service bot. I need someone to clean up after me because I'm a silly little guy. Let's say the service series has been around for a while and they've made about 10 generations worth. It would be called the S10 or the Service 10. And it tells you that that's the 10th model made, and that's like the first 2 digits of an RTX, you know. Like I said, it's like a graphics card. So, let's say RTX is the service part of the word. And let's say you have an RTX 30. Let's say you have a Service 10, and then let's say you have a 3060. This thing instead will be a let's say it's been on the line 5 years in. It's the 10 series has been about 5 years. Let's say the number has to do with how many years or months maybe. So let's say this bot is from 4 years into the generation, and then it is E, maybe. Like it's part of the E series after 4. So it would be a Service 10 4E or an S10 4E. That one has a literal platinum pussy. No! So that's kind of how I'm running the bot naming conventions. At least the model numbers. The serial numbers are different. Those are just like the really long serial code that tells you what that specific product is.
It's the purchase code, basically.
So yeah, I just wrote that in my book as well. Also, the 4, what was it? The 4E that I wrote down, that could be like... They could have new models like that coming in every month, because they're always doing tiny tweaks to the models, and they're always doing tiny tweaks to the AI. So they're always making it just a tiny bit more efficient with each make. Can I get a bot that will play co-op games with me? Yes. And a cold pee-pee. That's a lot of pee-pee. Hello, my name is QR Code. How did you make that noise with your speaker? Alrighty, so yeah, it says Earth is the primary location for RepliQ, a robotics company that has been in business for more than 300 years. What started as a single warehouse endeavor now is a multi-planet business where new model designs come out every year to suit people's wants. The models are all human in shape, but their external appearance, called shells in the industry, have looks for whatever they are being bought for. For instance, service models may have a helmet face and digital set of expressions while dressed in a maid or cleaning outfit. Meanwhile, pleasure models will be detailed with an almost perfect doll-like look to them. Military models will not usually bother with aesthetics, wanting function over function over anything else. You don't need a bot for that, I'm right here. So that's how it works. Now we're gonna draw these different, basically these different, model types. So I'm gonna pull up my dude, because they are based more on the human. And we've already seen the structure. Oh god, it's lagging. Help. Give it a second. Do you want to play Snakes and Ladders? Me, I need a Crystal Chronicles bot. Aw, you need someone to hold the lantern. I play games with you. Well, no. I don't play Crystal Chronicles, I'm sorry. I have, though. I have played it with you. No, I played it for a long time with you. At least a few hours. We got to the castle, remember? Yeah, we got to the mansion. I'm gonna fight my husband. I hope you all know this. Anyway, let me close out some of these tabs, by the way. I don't need them open. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Here we go. My mouse is acting weird. Why? Stop it. Stop it. Stop acting weird. Okay. Alrighty, so let's start with making a little list of the different types of robots that could exist. I did mention service. And these guys are dudes that, like, wait on humans. They do cooking, cleaning, and waiting on humans. They also take care of people who need the help. Like, the elderly, for instance. They also can babysit. They've gotten to the point where humans are comfortable with that. And these guys can look the most, I guess, varied? They can look however you want them to look. Normally, depending on the person, they can look human-like and doll-like in the face, but they don't really have bodies that look like a human. It's usually just a gray plexicone, like, skin. Yeah, like they're a caretaker. They're caretakey robots. And babysitters. I guess babysitter is also a caretaker. So that's what they do. They're service bots. Some can be found in fields for, like, nursing and all that. Hi, Thalius. I will save! I saved. So next I'm going to do military. Military is also very, common. These guys are for fighting on the battlefield, and mostly like anything else. Ah, sippy! I will sippy, sippy, sippy. And I'll stretch. Oh, man. So these guys are for fighting on the field. They are your soldiers. Nowadays, humans started just using robots to fight their wars, because they're like, why the fuck would we send our... Ow. Thank you, Thalius. They figured, why the fuck would we send out our own people to do that when we can just use robots? Because that's dumb. So they did that. But they've also been using them for bodyguards. These guys also act as protectors. They are the ones usually with like harder structure in their body. Occasionally they can be seen with the doll-like heads as well. But for the most part, military, especially the ones that aren't personal bodyguards. Oh, there I go. Thank you, Lilin. Here, I'm gonna do this. These guys are the most varied. Usually function. These are usually functional designs. And bodyguards more than likely will have, like, some sort of human-ish face. But for the most part, they just look like... Oh, okay. Get down! There I go. Oh god, both musics are playing at once and it's hurting my brain. Hold up. I need to tell it to stop. You can always tell a working Joe. Oh, that guy looks creepy. I'm still on the visual guidebook. I'm just making sure... Lilin made me nervous. I'm making sure there's no peepees. Lilin made me fucking nervous. I don't want there to be peepees. I so far have not seen peepees, and I don't think the guy has drawn anything like that, but I... Oh, here's the, like, Saurian and Drakkar Gray that I was telling you guys about. They're designed to look creepier, lizard-like, just because that's their aesthetic. They really like that.
Oh, hiccup. Hiccup.
I feel like manted, alien greys would look like this. Like they'd have little manted faces. I think that's cute. Alrighty, so yeah, you're either fighting or you're a bodyguard. The fighting ones look like they're wearing some sort of helmet, because they don't really need facial structure. They just need to be their own armor, basically. I love how they look like they go, noot, noot. Noot, noot. Yeah. They really do be doing that, though. Alright, so what else did I put? Service. Alright, and pleasure bots. Or I guess a companion bot. I'm gonna call it a companion model. So the companion model is for... well, you know. They're there to bone you. The fuck bots, yeah. But companion models can also just straight up be friends. I think I might separate companion from... Thinking. Because I want there to be a difference between S, M, and C, because there is another C. And that is for secret projects that have already happened. For friendship! Yeah, friend models. Friendship model. I'm gonna look up different words for companion. Uh, they're called synonyms. Eh. Okay, none of these work. Parasite? That's so mean. Because some of these, like I said, I want there to be a separation between certain ones that aren't as in it. Alright, I think I will just call them a companion model. Now, these are the ones that aren't for service. They're just there to hang out with you. Not to say your service bots can't hang out with you, but these guys are specifically designed to just be pretty and walk around with you, or, you know. You can bone them. But this is specifically in the pleasure model side of things. You can also have companion models, quote-unquote companion models, are technically like more general. And they are usually hired by companies that are trying to make mascots that like move around. Basically Five Nights at Freddy's, but friendly. So that's what these are for. Where they're not there to... yeah, companions. They can be mascots. They're basically like the androids that you will find in like parks and meant to look like a character. This is when those characters are out and about, but that's usually for the company that owns the character. You can't go around in public with your character with another company's character without probably getting into some sort of legal hot water. So that's what the quote-unquote companion units are for. And under that, in little parentheses, is also can have penises. But, you know, the company's not gonna, like, flaunt that. There's a big industry for that, like I said, in Venus, because Venus is a nice little luxury spot that a lot of people like to go. That and Titan. I'm sure there are a few companies that do that shit because the rules are looser in Titan. But other than that, these are going to be the three main, I think. So we're gonna have the S, M, and CO. And each one has fun little designs. So let's write out what these designs could be. Beep. So there's human-like. These are for the heads, by the way. Let me go to my folder real quick. Where's my androids? Where's my androids? There we go. Oh, you okay, hon? I heard you hit your leg.
We want to hurt him leg a little.
Okay, so then there will be like anime-like. Oops. Where they have like a more character design to them. They look a little less realistic. The proportions might be pushed. Yes, love? What? What? Ooh, it's looking almost closed. Nice! For those who don't know, Leon got bit by a spider of some sort, and I've been helping him recover that. I'm also gonna do this. So this will be for heads. This will be for bodies. because their bodies can they can all be human-like. That's the pleasure and mascot models. Or they can have a gray skin, like a unpainted plexicone skin. Or some sort of plating that protects them. So human-like, anime-like, and when I say that, this is AI, sadly, but this is what I mean by, like, this is a human-like head with a plating body. This would be a military unit that, for some reason, was given a human-like head so that he could spend time looking like a human. This would probably be a bodyguard unit. Because people like to have... Sometimes people like to have their creatures. Their androids look a little more like humans. And this is actually, I believe, what Clay would be like, babe. I believe this is what Clay would probably look like. He'd probably have a human-like head and then just a plating body for protection. I'm running shit by Leon because he's the only one playing an android so far. So I'm making sure he understands and if it makes sense. I also might think of like the BJD look. I think people would like having a ball joint doll because hear me out. Ball joint dolls exist fucking everywhere. In the like DIY community, they absolutely love making one-of-a-kind BJDs. I could see that being a really big thing for androids, and I could see them actually making giant doll androids, depending on, like, the person. So, then they would have a helmet-like... And this is more like Daft Punk, where it's like just a flat fucking helmet. And this is what actual military-grade robots look like. So something like this. This would be more military because it's got plating underneath all of that, and it's got a helmet for a head. I don't know if it would show any signs of, like, expression on its face. Probably not. Not if it's military. It would probably have something also like this. I really liked this design. So this is how I picture military-grade androids. I also feel like there would be androids designed as, like I said, mascots, but specifically for, like, singing and dancing. AKA literally Miku, but made into a fucking bot. I think that'd be interesting. Y'all would literally have real-life Vocaloids, and I think that'd be really cool. This would also probably be another military unit. He's got no face, but he does have a way to perceive what he's looking at. I say he, but it's technically a they. And then they're plated in, like a really thick armor. So I'm gonna also have simplistic as a head design. And when I say that, I'm thinking kind of like this. This would be a really cool simplistic design. Where this could probably be a really good, like, vintage restaurant waitress. Or, like, a certain service robot. And she might have a little sticker smile, who knows. But that, I could definitely see that being a design. I'm looking for one with, like, a screen face. Like this, maybe? But the whole face is a screen, kind of like what Blippi looks like. It would be like a little helmet with a screen face. So I'm gonna say screen face. Because I'm sure those are out there as well. Okay, other than that, I can't think of anything else other than just what people would DIY. This would be like company, like, stock creations. But if you want something specific, you gotta go to someone who's gonna make it that. I'm looking through my my lists here, I'm trying to find a single screen. I don't think I've saved one. Oh, what's this? What's this? Nope, not it. I know this is from that one game, but this could also be what a fucking android looks like. Like, specifically, like a service android. Literally just anime. Anime as fuck. Okay, I don't think I've saved any screen face bots. Oh, wait! I did! They're up here! So, this is what I mean by screen face. Just like I said with Blippi, it's like these cute little eyes that they have. They could probably have little pixel mouths. I could definitely see that being a type of android as well. So we're going to be drawing all of these types and kind of like lining them up beside each other so that it's like, oh yeah, here's all the different designs. Ugh, but first, let me look up something. Ooh, I just kicked a box underneath me. I have a little box that I use to hold like candy when I have candy. I don't have any right now. And I just kicked the fuck out of it. I'm looking for the little guys with the cute faces. Yeah, LCD, that's what it's called, an LCD face. They're so cute. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Hey. I don't need this open anymore. Okay, and I think I'll just work on the models Replicue has probably made. Because there are other robot companies out there that have made their own shit, but I don't want to like focus too hard on every single one. I'm just gonna focus on the popular one. Okay, so let me move this over here. Okay, so let's work for service first. So, like I said, these guys are gonna have a skeletal structure and a muscle structure to help them move like a human. In order to help humans, they need to be able to move and act just like a human, but probably with less room for error. So they will always have this kind of structure. Now, I'm gonna remove that, because I don't need it. What the fuck? Why do I have two tabs? It's weird. This guy can be packed up for now. I'll put him in a folder. Come here, you. Get in here. There we go. And we will draw our little human-like android first. Oh. Why are you acting up? It keeps lagging here and there, and it scares me. Oh, also, I could go over their traits. I've already gone over their traits with other people to make sure they sound correct. But just like with the avians, humans, Gobolt, they all have two traits. One of them is basically they don't need to eat, drink, or sleep, and they don't suffer effects from harm that hurts biological organisms like bleeding and poison. Then they only need to charge for 3 hours a night. They can go a little longer without charging, but they will shut down if they're not careful. But they also get fucked up by lightning and shocking abilities. So, they don't bleed. No bloisoned. They don't get bloisoned. But they do get they're like water types. They're really weak to lightning. They're really weak to electric types. So that's a good compromise, I'd like to think. Also, like I said, they have no blood. What are you gonna fucking bleed them from? Nothing. They're not gonna take damage from it, at least. And depending on how hard that shit gets hit, they might lose function in certain parts, but they're never gonna, like, truly take damage from it. It's because it's not ripping flesh. It's just taking parts that can be repaired. Alrighty. So let's draw a little bobob. 2 times a week as pure water. Yeah, kind of. They get fucked up like a water type if you're water flying. Yeah, I was meaning 2 times a week. They're not water flying, they're just water. They get extra fucked up by the shockies. But they're resistant to bleed and poison. I hope that helps. Alrighty, so let's draw our boy. I think I'm gonna make him look kind of like Link. I'm gonna give him, like, a slight doll-like look, but like Link. And when I say Link, I mean, like, I want him to look a little more Nintendo designed. Like, his eyes are gonna be a little bigger. Oh, he looks a little creepy, actually. Whoa. Because they do have slightly bigger eyes. But just to make them look doll-like. Also, you guys have kind of seen an android already. Her name is Sarah, aka Syrian Atlas Regional Assistant. She's great. And I love her. There we go, that looks pretty good. She's cute, but she's also a corpo, so nah. To be fair, I don't think Sara could ever hit Kogito. Right, I should probably explain what Kogito is. So, androids have gotten to the point where their, artificial intelligence structure has started working more like neurons and brainwaves of a human mind. So, whatever their starting point for their programming, they are there to just talk, act, and move like you programmed them to be. Some of them can have simpler AI design. Others can have more complex, depending on what you want them for. But all of them have this risk of going through something called Kogito. He baby? Who baby? He baby! Hi baby! Says there's a baby in the bed. I blink at you. Hi, sweet boy. His mouth is slightly open. That's so cute. Hi, baby. I blink slow at you. Are you comfy? We have the cutest fucking cat, y'all. Sorry, I was having to gush at my child. She's cute, but she's a corpo. Alright. Let's give this guy a cute little nose. I just want him to be a cute little guy. They also have ears, but these aren't, like, functioning ears. They just have little holes. I don't know, what was that about? My throat started, like, gunking up. But they have little holes here that let them listen, but the ears are just there for design. They're not there to, like, actually do anything. They don't have hairlines per se, but they do have spots that you can paint if you want them to wear like a wig, or if you want to like put hair on that part of their head cap. It's all up to what the stock designers did for them. Because some dolls, fun fact, some BJDs, I'm gonna be using them a lot as an example because I know a bit about how they're like DIY'd. A lot of dolls in factories have their hair stitched into their head through little holes that are poked through. So these guys might have a skin that has like these little holes that just poke through all over their head. Some of them will have painted tops on their heads, some will not. Let me give you an example of this. Let me look at this. This is probably a good example of what it could look like. I'm going to use... hold on. It's hard to actually, like, show you guys when the hair is in a style. I'm trying to, like, find a picture where the hair is pulled back, and you can kind of see the, like, the holes. Actually, this works really well. So you can see in this doll, there's these little, like, spiky holes. Now, she hasn't been sprayed on the head to, like, match the hair color. Some are, some aren't. So it just depends on the, like, company themselves that do it. Now, there are some people out there that DIY their dolls to do this. There are some people who do not because they're like, fuck that. I'm just gonna make a wig. So if it's a DIY project, it could have it, but it could also just have a wig, which means they can take off their hair if they so choose. But stock androids, if they have human-like heads, they will have hair that does this. So that's what this baby boy has. And I'm also gonna give him pretty mouth. Small, pretty mouth. And his eyes, like I said, they look just a little bigger. But let's say this guy is not a pleasure model. Let's say he is a military model. Doll hair is punched in with a machine. The holes aren't pre-done. All that hair plugging machine is scary fast. Yeah, that shit is spooky. But, I'm talking like if they're DIY and people want to like refill that shit, sometimes they will use those holes. Other times they'll just make their own in a new head, or they'll just say fuck that, that's difficult, and use a wig. Because some people will go through that effort, other people will not. Because they're like fuck that, which I do not blame them. I would be that person. I would say fuck that. I just realized these guys probably have a lot of different departments to make these androids. They've got the fucking AI department, they've got costuming department, they've got hair design department, and then they've got like skin painting, fucking muscle and like structural department. There's a lot going on in this shit, which is really cool to think about. And when I say AI, I'm not talking about the dumb gen shit that diffuses art. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Doll hair to reroute your dolls. Oh. Oh, you can actually get rerouting tools to help with that shit. And you can also buy nylon for the hair. That's really nice. There's websites that help that. What if a hairstylist gets an android to model wigs for her costumers, and the androids can have a way to mimic the head measurement with her clients? Aww, that'd be cute. Like she puts on a certain cap. Now I'm just looking at, like, stuff. Ah, here's a good, video on what I was talking about. If it'll load. There it goes. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. The tiny hand! She picked it up, I'm so proud of her. So this is usually a rerouting tool that they use. And then they take this needle and they puncture the hair into those holes. Yeah, it has a little hook and you use it to, like, puncture the hair back into those holes. And then you squirt a fuck ton of glue into the head. But some people don't bother with that, and which is fine either way. It happens. Those are pretty. Alrighty, I can get off this website because I need to stop staring at it. Even though it is really cool looking. I don't think y'all understand how much I actually have watched people, like, recreate ball joint dolls. Because I'm a weirdo. But that knowledge can help translate to how people mod their androids, so... Not complaining. I'm stuck. Okay, I'm better.
I got stuck for a second.
Okay, so I want this guy to be a military unit. So I'm gonna let him have... Ow. My ear itched. Okay, I'm better. I'm gonna let him have the neck part for, like, design and stuff. But after that, he's not going to have any actual skin. So I'll show you what I mean. This is where it caps. So inside they will have this musculature and this boning structure. And over that they will have plating. It's actually a regular needle. It's not specialized. Oh, I thought it was hooked. I thought it did this. I thought it was like that, but I guess not. You just cut the eyelet and that's where it usually used. Oh, that's what you mean. It's the back of the needle. Here's the needle. And then you cut this. That's what it is. I was like, I thought it was a specialized needle because it had these hookies. It's technically a DIY needle. Okay, I see you. I understand now. Alright, let's give this guy some plating.
Let's give this guy some natural armor.
So he's gonna have this right here. And then he'll have the plating that protects him. Yep, the handle's a standard drill chuck for model making. Super neat. That's cool. I didn't know that. I just knew it looked specialized. And then they'll have some plate padding right here. Maybe I'll do that a little better. Maybe I'll do that and make it not look like ass. Because I'm trying to make it look like a chitin or like a metal, because it is. I think what I need to do is turn off some of this so that I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Let me go pull up a few more with pieces. I think I'm gonna start at the foot. I'm gonna start at the feet and the legs, because they're not gonna be as worried about feet. They do not need. I also think I should sketch it first so I know what the fuck I'm drawing. So this guy's gonna have muscle plating right here to protect those, I love burping. No. These are here to protect the, muscle wiring inside here. And then they'll have extra plating here to protect this muscle inside here. I'm saying muscle, but it's more like tiny tubes. But it still needs that padding and protection. And then down here, he will have a kneecap. I'm actually half tempted to look at armor, because these guys basically are wearing armor. So, protect the knee. Probably has some sort of knee bend in here. Kind of like a ball joint doll, but not quite. So, something right here, maybe. And then have this curling around. And then they probably have, like, kind of like armor, like I said, this plating here that protects it. In the back, it's probably, like, clipped so that you can attach it and detach it. And then we have the feet. They're probably just designed to look like boots or something. They're not going to worry about designing them. Just simple little tootsies. That looks a little silly. There we go. Probably looks more like a shoe than a foot. I'm actually gonna pull up another piece so I can keep looking. Or should it look more like a prosthetic? That's a question. Because I don't want them to be able to not move their toes. Quote-unquote toes. Maybe they have some sort of disconnect here, and it's all, like... And it's got, like, these. But then it's got little black padding underneath. That way he can still move the toes and use them for gripping and running and all that shit. But, it's simpler. Okay. And then I will have the leggies protected. I'm actually gonna go look at armor real quick. We're gonna go stare at some armor. Because I do want to design them after that shape. And it would make sense, because they are military units. They want that protection. Okay, I'm actually going to bring this down a little bit, bring this up a little bit. And then this can have, like, little red pieces inside that protect whatever's in here. Actually, hold up. Because I'm looking at armor right now. look at all the arm pieces too. Okay, this works. This looks really good. I wanted to find a piece that looked really nice. Okay, so this is its own piece, this is its own piece, and then it has this coming out that acts as a piece as well. And then it comes up to about here and curves. Now, I do feel like it has little platelets here and there, right here, so that it can move and bend with the legs easier. And then they just have an armor piece like this. Let's do it a little better. I'll draw the arm once I'm done with the chest piece. Because armor chest pieces usually stop at about here. And then they do other shit. So what I'm gonna do is have it maybe do this. Let me check where the organs are. Yeah, they will have extra padding. I'm gonna give it plating right here. And it'll continue to have these strips here for plating to keep the android from, like, getting stabbed or ruined in certain areas. I'm actually gonna move this up a little more. I'll move it up like by doing this. Because I want it to be able to bend and move. Just like a bobob. So this will be a bendy part, this will be a bendy part, this will be a bendy part, and this will be a bendy part. Nope. And these are kind of like laid on top of each other, and they help the robot move back and forth. This is not necessary for other models. This is just like where the armor is being laid out, essentially, to protect these guys and also make sure they can move. Actually, hold up. I have a better idea. Give me a second. Also, these guys will have like that little ball look that you see here and in here. Right here in their thighs. But that will be covered. Oh wait, hold up. Okay, I don't like this design. I don't like this design either. Actually, this design works. I'm grabbing a few more, like, more plated-looking androids, because I don't have a whole lot. Not yet.
Oh, this little guy's cute.
Okay, it seems to be really common for them to have this, like, body right here, this, like, little chassis, or whatever it's called, this little structure that, like, acts kind of like a shirt. And then they have arm protection, like so. And then underneath is just more ball joints. And then this has this part. Is that Jesus as a robot? I don't know how I feel about that. I saw Jesus as a robot. Also, they will have feeling. They'll be able to, like, feel what's touching them. Whether or not they'll actually have pain receptors is a whole nother fucking thing, because that sounds like a cruel thing to do to a creature you're designing. However, they probably do have quote-unquote pain receptors. It doesn't hurt them or stop them, but it is probably some sort of thing in their programming that tells them, hey, this part isn't working anymore. Kind of like how our pain receptors are the way of our body biologically telling us something's wrong in this part of your body, actually. They probably don't feel pain, but they definitely get a signal to tell them what parts are messed up, I feel like. They might not know what's wrong specifically or how to fix it without going to a mechanic, but I feel like they'd have that. Like, hey, this action has caused damage. Yeah, kind of. Where it's like, oh shit, this is damaged. Get it repaired. Instead of, ow, 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 ow. You know? That's how I see it, at least. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. There we go. I am struggling with this. I'm struggling with making a fucking body for this guy. Because I want him to be able to move. Without, like, getting too stupid about it. This probably works. And then give him a leg part that protects this part of his body. Maybe that could work instead? Gross. And then they will have the plating over the hands, because they're not worried too much about that. And then they'll just have the, like, standard hand function. Have little ball joints here and here to make sure it moves, because they're not trying to make them look realistic. They're just trying to make them look like kind of just padding for armor. And this is the ball joint doll again. And then I think one would be here, like this. Because see, this is where that muscle bends. The muscle also bends here, where it, like, digs in. And that is where it's protected. There we go, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I have a hair on me. Get out of here. Get out of hair. Then they have this. And I want there to be some sort of padding in here to protect them. Yeah, Soros, saw you finally learn what the new Resident Evil game is gonna be terrifying. Yeah, so Leon's playing it for me. I'm not playing it. I'm not gonna be playing that game. I'm gonna be too scared. Be too scared of boy. Can't do it. Unleashes the mechanic on your Star System game. Eh? What mechanic? Oh, wait. I know how I can do this. Once again, look at ball joint dolls to get your better ideas. Okay, I'll have this bend here for the bendies. And then here it will be plating that can bend here and there. That way he can move around, roll his body around, and it'll be like a futuristic armor. Towns and ships are going to not last long. Oh, destroying safe spaces. Yeah. That's right, I remember that. Okay, this looks pretty good. I want to make a cool design. Here we go. Okay, so this guy is designed. Let's get it aligned, shall we? Good news, Bull got paper done for class. Nice. I'm proud of you. Okay, let's get this guy's plated muscles in. Summon Cecil from the catio. He is in the bib, sleeping now. He left the catio. He said it's Geegee time. He said, enough son, time to sleep. I want it to look like a pentagon. Okay, so this, and it would go like this, and then this. So something like that. And then it would lift up from here as like a plate body.
Peeper! What?
I'm on the floor, help! Lillian, no, help! I really vibe with cats. I get stuff done in the sun, have fun, and then rest for the remainder of the day. I feel that. Me too. Look at my little cat. Look at my boy. Oh, he said it's lunchtime. I see. He went to go eat.
I went to go crunch. Also, hi Lillian, how are you? How you doing?
That hurt a little, you know. It hurt my feelies. Oh! Thank you, Loros.
It's me. I'm a service bot now.
Although right now I'm drawing a military, like, standard modern military bot. Can't believe Clay is gonna get the dick mod. Is Clay gonna get the Dick DLC? Is Clay gonna get the Dick DLC? Leon's like, I don't fucking know. Why are you asking me this? Give him the Dick DLC, babe. DLC stands for Dick Loadable Content. Yeah. Dick Loadable, dude. It's gotta be Dick Loadable. Come on, you know? Well, and you're a silly little guy. I hope you know that. You're a silly little fella. I hope you know that. I hope you know you're a silly little fella. And I appreciate you. Tell him to invest in the bovine tech tree. Trust me, he'll be having fun. Whoa. Who told you? My source is I watch you existing. Bug.
Bug.
My eyeball itched. Me. VTuber noises. Here we go. Little bendy knuckles. Then bendy fingies protected. And the way I picture their hands, they look a lot like this. Here, let me go grab that hand reference I got saved in the back. Where is it? Where's the hand? I saved you. Ah, here it is. So this is kind of how I picture their base hands. They've got like this very articulated bendy fingies. I think this is a hand for like nail practice. But it gives you the basic idea of how I see it. Okay. So we got the upper arms done, the upper armor pretty much finished. Now I'm gonna give him his lower body. So I'm gonna give him like this little plating for protection. And then he'll have this attached to it. Okay, and that's just a little robot bendy waist. But it's specifically armor. To protect this boy. And now the legs. Out here looking like they wearing thigh highs, kinda, actually. They looking kinda bad, though. Also, they come with their own underwear! Twitch, are you proud of me? Twitch? Are you proud of me? Not you guys. I know you guys are always proud of me. I'm talking to actualtwitch.com. Are you guys proud? I'm not drawing dicks for once. To be fair, I've never drawn dicks. Not here. Let me try that again. It is not wanting to work with me. There we go. Okay, so here's the knee. Here's the little curve of the knee. There we go. Actually, that looks a little funky. Let me redo that. Okay, and this will also be a little bit of a curvy thingy inside of here. And it'll be his sort of foot. And he'll have, like, black padding on the, like, bottom of the foot. So technically these guys can walk barefoot if they want. They have like tire padding almost on their feet, on the bottoms of their feet. I'm actually gonna erase this part of it and redo that. So they have a little bit on the heels, they have a little bit on the soles, like that. And then they have a little bit on the toe end. And this is just for padding, so it doesn't ruin whatever body plate they have on the bottom. Okay, here's the little curlies, the little ball joints of the toes. And here's where the toes bend. There we go. Feet done. Okay, this dude is finished. So this would be a military bodyguard grade, where he's got a body with plating on it instead of like a fleshy surface or like a skin, like most service droids. And that's because it, one, protects them more, two, it's a little expensive to do compared to like just throwing a skin on them and calling it a day. So what companies would want to do is not make it designer, like pretty and designery. They just want them to be killing machines. Granted, nowadays, all they're really doing is either fighting other robots or trying to pick fights with species, and that's not good. That's not allowed. And I will be giving these guys the 3 laws of robotics, or at least a a version of that. Basically, the laws of robotics. I believe Asimov is the guy who wrote what those are. I believe the first law is whatever you do, do not hurt a human, or have a human come to harm through passivity. 2, do whatever a human tells you unless it impedes on rule 1. And rule 3 is protect yourself at all costs in preservation of your personhood, unless it conflicts with rules 1 or 2. So I do believe those are the ones. I will be doing something similar, but it says human, not all life forms. These guys can shoot and kill and not give a fuck if the species doesn't look human enough. So that's all I need to say. Me clearing my throat. That's all you really need to know. Alright, so let's see. Military-wise, like if it's a full military unit and not a companion military bodyguard, like, sort of deal, they will just straight up have, like, these kind of heads. I'll have this be his little listening speakies. Okay, let me go find a little screen face guy. Nope. So yeah, if it's military grade, it might not even have that. Maybe it'll have a light right here, or maybe a light right here, to let them be able to see. But they don't need mouths, they don't need to look human. They are just there to perceive you with this little camera that they got here. This can be their camera. This is the lens. That's all they need, I think, if they're a military, like a pure military unit. Because they're not there to look pretty for a human. They're there to just kill. So these guys look like this. They have these same bodies, but they have no need for a pretty human face. My eyebrow. Alright, I'm good. Okay, and he probably has this as plating. Like this. There we go. So this would be a more android-y android. More robot-y looking. What does it look like without this guy?
Look at him! Look at the little guy!
And this would be a lot more gender neutral because they just want it to be a fighting machine. They don't want anything masculine or feminine per se. They just want a thing that will fight. It probably will have like a slightly masculine appearance just because that's what humans associate with, like, toughness, usually. In the 26th century, there's probably a lot more nuance, but you still can't stop stereotypes sometimes. Here we go. Okay, yeah, this is... And military unit. They have a tiny little eye to help them see, a tiny little camera. They have plate bodies that protect them. And they just go out into the field and start shooting. Oh. Oh. I didn't put them together. There we go. And then this is a more humanoid bodyguard unit who still has that plating, but has a humanoid face on the top because they are still walking around with humans, and it gives humans a sense of, not really a sense of ease, but more of a sense of familiarity. It's easier to associate with something that has a face than something that doesn't. Because once again, pareidolia. It can be a blessing or a curse. Alright, and now after that, it's just straight up everything in between. They can be very stylized if people want. They can be completely different. They could look like Blippi. They could have a big old TV head if they really want. But that's getting into the realm of super customization. Let me go over here, by the way. So these both kind of cover service bots. The service bots won't have plating, but they will probably have something similar to this, where they have just the head done, and maybe their hands or upper arms. But everything else doesn't need to be human-looking. I wish I had an image to show you, like, a better design of, like, how I'm picturing this. But everything I found is the opposite. Like, this is a 3D model that this guy made. I don't know if actually I'm allowed to show this. Because it's got a lady's butt in it. Oh wait, this doesn't have a lady's butt. Okay, so I think this is based off of Deus Ex Machina, but I'm not sure. Some guy made this.
Thank you for the pet, sugar.
Trying to find the name of the dude. His name is Dario. Dario Fish. And he made this model, and it's the opposite of what I want for my androids. This is like people who needed prosthetics.
Also, thank you for the stretchy wings. Let me give myself a little hook.
I popped my fingers. I broke my fingers. I broke them. Oh, alrighty. Yes, thank you, singer. Oh, I will actually be right back. Give me just a second.
Aka baka.
Alright, yeah boy back.
It's me, a demon.
My glove.
How's the high sugar skull?
Fuck. I don't know if I did your redeems, but I'll do them again. Oh, I am a cracked bat today. My neck just fucking snapped. Oh, that felt good.
Yep, boogie water.
Alrighty. Let us continue. So, I'm gonna come over here. We got human-like body, plexicone body, plating body. I have plating. I'll just remove BJD for now, because that's more like an, that's more of an OOAK thing. AKA one of a kind. I'm not gonna worry about that. Human-like, for the most part, not usually seen. The most you will see is plexicone and plating. This is plating. So let's make some plexicone real quick. Because like I said, there's a lot of variation that you can go with. So I'm gonna grab this boy, paste him in, and I'm gonna give him a plexicone body instead. Let's say he is a service android. And by service, I mean he probably works in some sort of service. He's a, I just thought of something that I could do. I could make the heads and the bodies separate things. And then I can mix and match. Instead of making them all mix and match. Okay. So.
Thank you for the pet, Lumen.
Let me rethink this real quick then. Human-like, human head, and human body. Actually, I know how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make it a little table. So, head here, body here. Alright. So, the bodies can either be plexicone, which is the most common. The second most common is plating. And then the third most common is human. Like a full human paint job. Because most don't need that full human paint job. Let me actually go look at Detroit Become Human creatures real quick. I'm curious. I can't remember what their androids actually looked like. What did y'all look like? I forgot. Y'all look kind of creepy. But because I'm trying to see what they look like without their clothes and shit. Because, like, I don't like how the Detroit aliens. I don't like how the Detroit androids work. It's like they've got this weird warpy effect on them. That is a very high technology for that shit to even be a thing. Also, where the fuck does the hair go? Where in the fuck? Why does the hair disappear? Where does it go? I don't like it. I don't like the design. I don't like how they can shift into this android look. It's Now I am looking at it to see how they designed them, but I like the body, not the face. But I don't. Yeah, I don't like it. It doesn't make logical sense. Technology-wise, it doesn't make sense. It irritates me greatly. So, I'm not gonna worry about that. Alright, so we got the 3 basic bodies that an android will have. Actually, should I put the bodies up here and the head here? Because there's more options for heads. Fuck it. So, human-like head. Human head is one of the most common things. Helmet is pretty common. Let me do this. Actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna need to move these. So, plexicone. That's an N, not an R. So, plexicone, plating, or human. And I'm going to write down what these are typically associated with. So, then we've got human, the helmet look, anime. Oh, I feel like a lot of companies do that anime look now. The little manhwa, cute, big eyes, tiny nose look. Because it's just popular. It's especially popular in, like, I'm assuming it'd be really popular in Japan. Lots of people would have their shit look like that. And then, of course, you have, like, furries. But once again, that's the DIY thing. We don't have companies making that shit. We also don't have companies making the ball joint doll look. So we got human, anime, helmet, anime. Screen faces! That's right, there's screen faces. Screen, and then simple. Alright. And furry! No! Oh, babe, you good? Eliana's dying. He's very excited. He came in very excited. He came in hot! I mean, he's always hot, but he came in super hot. You know what I mean? You know, like... Alrighty, so... we got simple, screen, helmet, human. Okay, so this is all I'm going to be working with for now. So, human and plexicone are usually for service bots. Because they're not going to waste all of that, they're not going to waste all that money designing a fully human body. Because that shit is going to annoy them. And when I say human and plexicone, I mean, like... I don't know how to, like... there's no pictures that I can, like, show you that would encapsulate what I mean. Actually, you know what? Yeah. I guess we'll go back to the BJD idea. Just like how, Monster High dolls are like, any sort of plastic doll that is created in a factory, they're not going to do anything to the body. They're just going to make a basic model and color. Now, the color that they usually use is just basic-ass plexicone. AKA a silicone plexi, like, protection. It's not as easy to rip and bend as silicone is, because silicone can degrade over time. It's more skin-like than that. They've perfected how skin feels. So that's what they usually wrap this android in. This very basic colored thing, which is what I'm calling plexicone. Now, the face and, like, the neck will probably be sprayed and decorated just like a doll. I'm listening to the music and dancing to it. Trying to look for... They might have, like I said, up to the elbows something sprayed and nice looking, but they're not going to be worried about that whole thing. I'm looking at ball joint dolls, don't mind me. Technically, I'm looking at Monster High dolls. They're the ones that I've seen get DIY'd, like, custom made a lot more than any others. So they're the ones that I know my way around the most. I would love to do it one day. It would be really fun, but I am not skilled at all at that sort of thing. Your boy ain't skilled. Okay, so yeah, a human with Plexicone is going to be a service bot. Plexicone helmet could also be a service bot, depending on what they're doing. I think Plexicone is always going to be service. Anime Plexicone could be service, but also a mascot character. So it would be in the companion category. Because it's also considered a, because companions aren't just robots you can bang. They also cover the title of anything that is used for not servicing someone and not in the military. They're little mascot guys. So, Plexicone anime, that would be a service or a companion. What else? A screen with Plexicone, I don't think would exist. Because the screen face... Well, it could be service. Service... And then a simple would also be service. These guys are not going to be doing much. Plating. Human and plating. That would be military, but bodyguard, specifically. Screen plus Plexicone equals Blippi. Yeah, pretty much. Although... Leon said it makes them smoochable. Does Blippi have... metal plating, or do they have like a soft silicone skin plating? What does their... That's Plexicone. I feel like Blippi has plating, so Blippi would be a screen plating. I'm playing Vandal, let's go! Me! Let's go! Leon said, who's ready to play Vandal again today? Let's go. Blippi is built like an iMac. Ah, so they'd be plating. So, helmet and plating, that is straight up military as well. Anime and plating does not exist. A screen and plating could be some sort of military clerk. And a simple, they don't really worry about simples. Now, human and human, that is a pleasure model through and through. A helmet and a human, that doesn't exist. Anime human, that is a companion or pleasure model. What do you mean my Miltank anime waifu doesn't exist? No. That's like having a fully human body skin wearing a helmet, and it's... Companies aren't gonna make that. Companies aren't gonna do that shit. They're going to be making plexicone mostly, and plating for military use. Plexicone is used for service and companion units, and if you have a full human body, yeah, that's hot. If you want that, you're gonna have to mod it yourself. They're not going to worry about that. Yeah, anime is your companion and pleasure bot. A screen head in a human body will not work, and a simple in a human will not work, because humans supposed to be realistic. So, there we go. This is what they look like. Can't have shit! You can if you go to a modder. This is company shit. The companies aren't gonna do this. They're gonna be like, what do you mean you want me to do that? That's dumb. That doesn't sell. And that's the main issue. They're like, that doesn't sell. We're not doing it. Alrighty. So now that I have all of that written down, let's not put it there. There we go. So, I currently have this little head of this guy. This is a full-grade military, because it is a helmet plating. So, I'm gonna check mark the ones I've made. I made this baby boy, helmet plating, chica. I've made human and plating, chica. And I'm about to make a plexicone human face. I will fight. Who are you fighting? It's not me. I didn't do it. But you know how companies are. They won't give you what you actually want. You know how that shit be. They're like, oh, you want that? No. No one else wants it, so we're not making it. Because that shit don't sell. And it's like, oh. So if you want to be mad at someone, go be mad at RepliQ. They did it, not me.
Okay. So, this is a military bot. This is a bodyguard bot.
I'll worry about the clerk kind of bot later. When I draw a screen head. So, human with silicone. So once again, this is all gonna be skin. But then they're gonna have, like, no painting on the rest of the body. And it's gonna look kind of weird to people who, like, aren't paying attention. But I will give them the hands, and they can just wear long sleeves. So, they'll have regular hands.
Give him a mitt while I'm at it.
And this is just me being quick with drawing hands. It's nothing too crazy. So they do still have that muscle structure in there. Let me go stare at Monster High dolls again. Do they have... where? Here it is. They do have indents in the stomach. And they have bends in the legs, but the bends in the legs are underneath the plexicone. They might have base decorations on the plexicone for indented tummies, but other than that... Hi, Cosma! You return from educational prowess. Excellent. Get that education. I'm trying. Robots, sort of. I have an idea. So they'll have some sort of very basic shape to the mold of the silica, the silicone, the plexicone, technically, quote unquote. Trying to find a masculine Monster High doll, but I can gnar. I know they exist. But I need to see if he has. Oh, I will save. Hi, Sugar Skull. Thank you. Saved. Don't ask me about my 3rd class. I don't remember it. Oh. Yeah, enhance your mental fortitude, even though you don't remember 3rd class. I'm trying to think here. I just remember salmon migrate with temperature. That's all. You know what? That's something. And that's all God can ask of you. Please tell me that one of your creation androids would resemble the duck shuffler in some way. I'm sure there's someone out there that would do that. Oh, they might pull it up and on like gloves and an arm piece. Hold on. I gotta go find that one dude. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, that's a toy. You okay, baby? Don't die. Anyone, don't die. So this is the robot that I found that I could probably base this shit on. So something like this, where it's like, this will be covered in plexicone, but this head and this hand, for instance, is supposed to look like more realistic. And then they'll have like this that they can open up. So something similar to this. And then they can slip on a wig or have a plexicone thing that they can slip on that has hair actually plugged into the body.
Oh, this is YouTube.
This is also a really good example of, like, what I'm picturing here. Like, where he's kind of got, like, the basic shape of something on him, but it's not like, Leanna, if you die, then I can't hug you anymore. Damn. True. But yeah, they've got, like, a realistic human head on top, like, right here. But, everything else is not human. That's an Iron Man villain. That sounds about right. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna see this video. It's on mute, thank God. So I'm gonna stare at some androids. Those are little dinky androids. Okay, so it seems like the arm stuff seems to stop at about here for most of these guys, which I will do the same. Now, the plexicone is not like the plating. It's just another skin that you pull over onto the android, but it's separate from the, like, realistic skin. Ah! Medic! I'm on the floor. My arm feels funny. Thank you for the sip. Also, did you sign up for the thing, babe? Nice.
Weewan did a thing. I'm very proud of him.
Thing! Yeah, thing! I'm watching Robot Lady move around real quick. It's cool to look at, but like, she clearly doesn't know how to do anything human walking. Yeah, he did a thing. Don't worry about it. It's a thing. Oh, I hate that. I hate that, actually. I hate that. I hate that. Let me go stare at Clone again. Because I know I want it to work the way they have it. Because the Plexicone is gonna look like this, maybe. Or like a gray color. Eh. Nope, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. No. Okay. I want it to kind of look like this. Where it's like this stretchy, fabric-y kind of thing, but it feels a little like skin, and it acts like skin. But everything up to the arm right here is gonna look realistic on the hands of service droids. Service androids. I can't use the word droid. That one's not allowed, apparently. Yeah, I've been drawing androids all day, medic. And this is an android hand, and it's really fucking cool. But it's gonna have like this stretchy fabric that they call Plexicone that will protect it. And they're not gonna worry about recoloring anything past the wrist. But the hand, I think, will have that coloring. Everything else will be like that grayish white. Oh, flippin' sweet! Mammy nightmares beyond my comprehension! No. Not complete nightmares, it's fine. Also, Lillian, I showed something creepier than that recently. I showed, I don't know if I should show you, actually. It is creepy. I think it's interesting. But it is creepy. It moves creepy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Creepy. It's a little creepy looking. I want to see. Okay, well, we're gonna go watch this guy again. This is the same people that I just showed that hand of. They're the ones that made this. It's called Clone Robotics. I've showed this guy once before, but this is a robot. Hi, Tired Rat Man, welcome in! How you doing, Crow? I'm showing off robots because, well, I mean, I'm making robots. I'm drawing pretty androids. Oh, that's Skitters! Oh, that's Skitters. He doesn't skitter. He kicks his little footies. They're, training and testing out all of the ligaments, and it has little tubies in its body. And it's so fucking cool. Look at that. They use actual structures. Yeah, it's really fucking cool. It's rad! And I am basing my shit off of this. Only slightly. Only mostly. Actually, hold up. Oh, I think that's AI. Can AI go away, please? I'd like to watch actual robotics and not your shit, you know? I would like to not. that guy just ripped her face off. No, that poor robot. Her face. And by the way, what I'm doing is just studying these guys because I need to figure out how I want this plexi cone to look like. This looks pretty cool. But actually, I'm gonna hold on to this. Can we not get so close to the robot's face? I just want to see the body, thanks. Okay. Nope. Okay, let me look at where I put the muscle and the bone structure. So this is the inside of my androids. This is their bone structure because apparently following the bone structure makes the best moving ones. So that's what I did here. It's cut and slashed in certain parts to help with weight. The feet aren't worried about either, neither are the hands. And then they added this muscle structure on top, so I need to follow the muscle structure. Because this is just skin that's wrapping around this stuff to make sure it looks nice. And then they don't have a pee-pee. Sorry, babe. Clay doesn't have a pee-pee. They don't have Pimbus or Bagubra. At least service bots don't. Companion bots might. Service bots don't. Unless, like I said, you mod that shit. And most people... I'm dead. Listen, man. Get it modded and you're fine. Or buy a pleasure model. And I'll have this, well, no, it won't wrinkle like that. It'll wrinkle more like this. I think this is AI as well. It's so dumb. Just let me see the actual movement of the Robob. That's just creepy. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. I found what I wanted. Oof. Okay, so following the muscles. I don't know if you'd be able to see the muscles on the inside of this. You might be able to. Because it is semi-transparent, but it's not... and you know what? I don't think they would. I don't think they'd see the musculature inside. But this is here to keep the muscles in place. And also whatever knee and stuff they have. There we go. Brain said, turn into a species. Wait, it's not just a one-off OC. Brain said, turn into species. Nice! I had to read that completely. I'm sorry. They might have some sort of mark right here for that rib caging, but nothing too crazy. Okay. I don't know if they're gonna worry about heels or like any of that shit. So if you want to know if it's a robot or not, it probably looks something like this. It probably doesn't have those like specific little things, especially if it's plexicone. They will have little dozies too, so that they can walk properly, but it's just gonna be plexicone covered. It's not gonna be anything crazy. They probably like slip it on like a sock. But these aren't going to be colored either.
My nose is just... No, my nose. No, my nose.
Alright. And they're probably like creased here and there where the muscles are kind of like bending. But other than that, nothing's too crazy. So something like this. Maybe they've got a little bit of wrinkling here. And they do not have belly buttons, but I do see that apparently the Monster High dolls have the mold with like a belly button, sort of like this like line going through. So I think we might do that just to have the mold look not as stupid, because humans like to make shit do that. We like to design shit like that. These guys, well, the plexicone ones at least, probably won't have like any musculature or like abdominal muscles. You're not gonna see any of that shit because they don't have it. All that shit is not real. However, once again, companion or pleasure models, if you get that shit made, just do whatever. It's right there, you know? It's right fucking there, man. You can just do whatever you want. As long as you pay the money. Companies won't do it for you, though. That's the main takeaway here. Companies aren't cool. Alright, so we've got a guy that's plexicone. These are going to be like realistically colored hands, spray painted, probably added like a couple of freckles here and there. And then up here, same thing. Everything else, it's probably just like a whitish gray. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too nuts. Ow. Help. Okay. So, not worrying about that. So, I got my human plexicone done. Boop. And for now, I think we're gonna hop on out of here, because it is about that time, gamers. What the f- Okay, I'll save. Actually, I'm going to save this specifically. And I'm gonna put it in here, so that I can keep up with it. So you can see here, I've got my militaries, my two main militaries, a human service droid, android, and then I can just work on these. Hi, Pats, welcome in. How you doing? I wave. I am making different android models, but we're about to head out. Because I've been talking for 4 hours straight. My throat is a little scratchy, and I would like to rest it. But thank you guys so much for vibing. I will finish all this stuff maybe off stream, and then bring you guys to it to review once it is complete. I also want to finish the last of the races. I have 4 more to go. I need to draw their outfits. Now, like I said, I don't think I'm gonna have all the outfits be much more than like a piece of jewelry, because some species are just like, yeah, I really don't have to put clothes on. Doing good, just been busy. Nice. Wait, Desmond, yes? Real quick. Are you gonna throw me? Is that what's gonna happen? Is that what I gotta have to do with?
Wait a
Oh.
minute. Who are you?
I'm fucking leaving! I'm being bullied.
Ah! What the fuck?
bullied. You know, guys, you're mean to me. You know what? Get out of here. Go ahead and shoot. Go ahead and get out of here. I'm gonna shove you all out of the cafe. And y'all can just get out of here. Grab your messages. Go. Grab them. Go on. Me pushes you all out. Go on, get out of here. Get. Go on, get. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Go on, get. Did you just hee hee hee? You're so cute.